We are live with session 6 of Earthdawn, Tales of His Majesty's Royal Expeditionary Force. Who wants to let us know what happened last time?
Let's see. Last time, I think we started with heading down to the second floor of the kaer. Do we have a name for this kaer yet? Is that something we found somewhere?
Yes. Basadi?
Sadi. Okay, yes, we were going down to the second or third level of the Basadi kaer, depending on how you count it. And we ran into some ghouls, and that went south very quickly. Everyone survived.
The ghouls
but it
were
was
okay.
really rough.
It was the stone falseman, right?
Oh no, we made it. We made it. The first ghouls we actually got messed up pretty badly. I think got knocked unconscious and also took a whole bunch of damage. And then the next groups we actually
They got
went
a
in
couple
with
good
plan.
lucky hits on it.
Yeah, they got some lucky hits. So then the next ones we went in with the plan. We were doing the whole Nethermancer 5 life circles. Just no, we don't want to take any damage today. And then that turned out to be extremely necessary as we found like some kind of elevator or other moving room or something. Let's just call it an elevator where we could push buttons and go to different areas. And we went to one of those and we found a storage area with some food and things like that. And then we found a hidden area that had a stone falseman in it. And we didn't realize until about halfway through the fight while we were fighting off its random ghouls that were also there. Now that thing was like a fifth circle enemy or something like that. We really should have just run immediately, but instead we let ourselves get beaten to a pulp before running. But everyone made it out alive, so that's probably fine. And we made it to the elevator and got out. And now we need to decide what to do next with our very small number of hit points.
That does sound about right.
All right. Okay. So what are we going to do next with our very small number of hit points?
You guys, I believe, used the hallway elevator thing to go back to the place where the dead bodies were lining the door, and then went upstairs. And I believe you locked yourself up in a room up there that you had previously.
Yeah, I think we were just we were fortifying ourselves in like the entrance room that had like the air elevators.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then
I think that's where we stopped, right? We didn't really
Yeah.
do anything after that.
Yep, I think that's correct. And I think probably what we need to do now is spend some recovery tests. Which how many of those I got left?
Is anybody currently uninjured?
No, not me.
Kothar might be.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
Because this was still relatively early in the day, so you can't really sleep, but you can if some people are recovering and just waiting around. Anybody that is currently uninjured may meditate and raise a talent.
Someone boosted my health nicely, so I'm going to assume it was the your blood thing that you do, because I've only got 5 damage left, so I'm assuming someone was very nice.
Yep. I think I did that, and
yeah, because I think I did do some healing tests because we used those items that help.
Yeah, after we killed the first ghouls, we did some healing then, and then we
Yep.
Then we went onward after that.
Yeah,
that's
right.
right. That's right.
Nobody spent anything after the stonemen though, so anything that you used was from before that.
Yeah, I don't remember how many I used. How can I tell how many I have? Or just
if you go to the combat tab, and like the 5th line is recovery tests. In the first column, it'll show how many you get per day, and the second line will show how many you've used per day.
In the combat tab, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I have 1 left.
And let me see how we're doing on. We've got a salve of wound closure and 2 healing potions. Not sure I want to use any healing potions right now. This isn't too much of an emergency, and I don't think anyone's got too many wounds.
I guess I have a better question. What are we going to do now? We obviously cannot fight the thing, even at our full health.
We got other levels, or we could take the stuff we've gotten and hightail it to the nearest city and sell, research, train, come back.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, do we want to try exploring some of the other levels before we leave to go resupply and spend some of this money, which I'm looking at the amount of money we still have to split up here. It's about 1,500 silver. So that's enough to get to second circle if we want to.
So that would require finding a trainer and all that too, right?
Yes, and on the other hand, the nearest town to here is Kratos, the city of thieves. Yeah, the main thing I'm concerned about is what are they going to think when a group of battered adepts show up with way more money than they should have and start throwing it around.
We don't look battered if we heal up and we take a bath.
And also wearing some unidentified plate mail, carrying the odd magic troll sword. It seems like we
can look. We don't have to flaunt it, but I don't see why. Look, there's all sorts of adventurers in Kratos, not just thieves.
Yeah.
You also got
and we don't have to go all the way to Kratos. We could go to Daichi.
Yep, Daichi is a little over a week
right
away.
on the river. We could take a boat down if we need to. There's just crime there.
You also got a website in the party, so that might, be a reason why you have random accoutrement of equipment.
Yeah, I just really don't want us getting tracked back to here. Someone thinking, I wonder if they found something valuable and we should follow them. And
we're right on the trade route. It's right after the trade route. There's lots of people coming and going all the time. I think our main concern is if we're spotted by those guys that saw us before on the road in, who may have been wondering why we were a week late or 2 weeks late. What were we doing? They might follow us. That's a minor concern, I think.
Maybe depending on where they were. What kind of support they've got.
I think as long as we're cautious and we don't loudly announce that we have unidentified magic items when we walk into town, I think we should be okay.
All right. Yeah, probably.
As okay as anybody is.
Yeah.
But that's just one option, right? So we go to town, we train, we sell, we raise circles if we can,
and then we come back and kick that thing's butt,
and we get more supplies and come back, or we could check out the other floor. Yeah,
which might be more or less dangerous than the one we already visited.
I mean, how full of a wagon do we want to have when we leave? Do you want to just pile it up when we leave, or take what we have now? I mean, how much more room we got?
I think we got a lot more room in the wagon. We haven't found anything too heavy or too bulky. Besides, I don't know if you want barrels of preserved food from before the Scourge, which not sure how much value those will really have.
I've got 3 weeks of rations left. I have on my gear, and I'm keeping track of this, and after today, it'll be 35 rations left.
Yes, there was a storage room with a few preserved barrels of some unknown alcoholic beverage and unknown crates. A few of them were very large crates, and some of them were very small. Well, not very small, but small-ish.
Okay.
Yeah, the supplies we need are things like more healing supplies.
Although, granted, those are no longer really accessible to us, as there's a stone falseman there.
Hold on.
And those were.
So, do we feel healthy enough to take on another floor? Is the question. I think we have an idea of what we can and cannot fight now. Right?
Hopefully we'll be able to
All right.
Like if we see another one of those, we know to run away, right?
Yeah, if we see one of those, we know to run away.
Now let me go over a few things also too. In the room with the stone men, I believe Maxim and Hack were the ones up at the front. No, Kinsey.
Oh, I was in the back.
Kinsey was. Yeah, Kinsey was up front.
So there were ghouls right on the other side, and the stone man. There were other things in the room. Your vision was kind of hindered, so you didn't get a full look at it. But it looked like there were a couple tables in there with something on the table. And off to one side in the shadows, it looked like a workstation of some sort, but it was filled really quickly with opposing bodies, so you didn't get a good look. As for the storage room, the barrels that had the alcoholic beverage were marked, and as the water was marked, the dry goods crates weren't, or rather they were marked at one point, but they rubbed off. So you don't know if it said food or something else.
Okay.
Okay.
But
So we're not sure
that,
what's down there, but yeah, either way, that stone man there.
Yeah, we're not getting it anytime soon.
And then at the very top, in the room with the collapsed entrance, there were some bodies. The only thing that had been done with those bodies was Kinsey threw rocks at them. Nobody actually investigated them.
Were we just too paranoid?
I thought we searched them.
No.
Yeah, I thought we did.
We didn't get around.
Yeah, the ones that piled up against the elevator door? Yeah, I thought we did.
No, not the elevator door. At the very top, at the entrance of the kaer that had been collapsed.
Oh,
No.
yeah. Wait, because I was the only one that could get in there. That's right.
You flew past the statues, you tossed some stones at them, and they didn't move, and then you left.
Okay, so that's why I don't remember, because I don't remember.
Yeah. I was the only one that could fit in because of the collapse. So I squeezed in and did the investigation there. But no, I didn't search the bodies at the time because she didn't want to try to fight them all by herself if they came alive.
Well, do you want to try to open up that area or?
Yeah, I think I think I'm brave enough to do that this time.
Don't go in by yourself. But I mean, like all of us, we want to go open up that area a little bit and go in.
I threw stones at them. They didn't move. I should be able to. They should be okay.
We should be around just in case. But yeah, sure.
But okay.
I'm good for it.
How many floors are there on the elevator thing?
There were
7
buttons total, and one of them led you back to the one you were in.
And there's no way, pretty much where the elevator's at, that's as far as it can move. You can't call it to different floors.
I don't know what you mean.
No, we hit a button and it went down to that floor, so we could choose the other floors.
Yeah.
No, but I was saying, can someone else call the elevator to a different floor?
Oh, we have no idea. We haven't tried splitting up yet.
Oh, I was just wondering, that might be a reason of we can go continue exploring if we know that he'll stay in the basement, as it were. He won't, leave that floor if we're out searching somewhere else.
Well,
in order to test that, we need a safe floor to leave somebody on.
Yeah, which we don't have yet.
Right. So right now, it sounds like that little area that the Windling found we should probably check that before we go back to a town or something. I think that's worth doing.
Okay, so it sounds like we want to just go ahead and do that last area real quick just to see what's there, and then go back to town.
Honestly, I kind of want to stay here for another day or two and try another floor.
You want to try another floor?
You want to go to another floor without checking out that other area, or you want to check out that other area?
That area is on the way back out, so we can check it on the way out because we passed it on the way in. So we'll
or we can check it right now. I mean, honestly, I'm actually fine on health if we want to keep going right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying the area, if we're going to check a floor, we're at the elevator right now. We might as well go check the floor.
Sure. Yeah. Well, we can go. Sorry.
I was just asking, was there anything I needed to do while you guys were doing all the healing up or anything like that? Since I didn't need it.
Raise a talent if you have the legend point for it.
I probably do.
I can't. I'm still hurt.
Because if you have absolutely nothing to do, you can raise 2 talents in a day. That's assuming 16 hours of stuff and leaving you 8 hours to sleep.
Yeah, I'll save my last recovery test just in case for the moment, because I've only down 5, so it's reasonable not to use it at the moment. So
Yeah, especially because if you're unconscious, then someone can use an action to let you make a recovery test. That can be very helpful. Get you back on your feet.
Yeah. Plus, I already.
So we're going back to the elevator now.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, I think so. Let's try floor 3, and if that goes horribly wrong, then we can kind of assume that all these things are a bit too scary for us at first.
We're all like, "Yep, okay, that's good enough."
Okay.
I'm trying to remember how to raise a talent, and it's escaping me.
Go into the talent tab.
Mm-hmm.
Use the plus sign to expand the talent that you want to raise.
Mm-hmm.
Raise it by a base rank of a point. And then it should ask you in the chat window if you wish to record it. Say yes. And it should automatically deduct and all that stuff.
Did it do that?
Joe, do I think I can put Life Circle the one on a moving floor?
Only one way to find out.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty much asking when I'm at the elevator, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did it...
My intuition says no, but...
It raised it, but didn't pop up in the chat.
No, I see it popping up in the chat.
Oh, it's not popping up for me, though.
Oh, that's odd. So I have to record it for you then.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and raise it again up to where it should be.
Oh,
Okay.
it's his character.
Because I've got a melee weapons from 2 to 3, and then a melee weapons from 3 to 2 refund, and then a melee weapons from 2 to 3, and then a refund from 3 to 2.
You're
So 2 to 3. Yeah, I don't know why it's not popping up for you, but it's popping up for me.
Well, I guess my character sheet was working the past 3 times we were changing things, so it was only about time that
it
it
was
stopped
about time
working.
to stop working again.
All right, so now it should show up in your records tab.
Yep, there it is. We're good.
Okay, so you guys waited a while, healed up, and now you're going to check another floor. Or waited a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, he had a question for you. If you didn't hear it,
what's the question?
If he could use that field thing on a moving floor or something, right? That's what you're asking.
Life Circle one. Yeah.
Life Circle, yeah. Could he put it on the elevator and it would move with us?
That's a good question.
I mean, it is on the floor; it's just moving. So,
would it work on a ship? There's a question.
Ooh.
Yeah.
A completely moving, X, Y, and Z axis.
I would say yes.
Okay.
I mean,
you will regret this.
It's kind of a philosophical difference, right? Because as far as your perspective goes, the room's not changing at all.
Okay.
Wow, that is something a bunch of people with long gray beards, argue with constantly somewhere.
Yeah.
Are you moving or is the room moving?
A bunch of magicians in a room somewhere discussing it for years and nobody actually ever trying it.
All right. Let's get. Actually, no. It turns out that the ones who truly believe that it is the same floor, it works when they do it, but not when the other people do it. And it's all very confusing.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
All right. So we've got phase 1. The DM has agreed to it. Now let's get the cart, put 80 life circles on it, and ram horrors with it.
Okay, now you have me picturing one of those the train little kaer wagons that you pump with your hands to go along a train track, right?
A hand cart.
Workers use it. Yeah, put something on there, accelerate.
Wow, just get a wheelbarrow life circle of 1. Let's go.
I thought here I thought horrors were hard. I mean, all you had to do was just.
Okay, but anyway, before we convince the DM to take back his generous ruling, let's go kick an end to this. Okay. So let's head down to the elevator. Put 3 or 4 life circles on the ground, and then drop down to the 3rd floor and see how that goes.
Sounds about right.
That is the room full of treasure, jewels, and all a bunch of nice things, right?
Yes, that's what we do.
And also Verjagorm. He's just sitting there in the corner.
Which tab did I link the buttons in? Oh, I linked it in the Roll20 itself. I am going to make a handout.
Yeah, that'll probably be easier.
Alright, handout. I'll just put it in the player sheet section.
Sorry.
Button.
All right. So we went to the. Last time we did the seahorse. So
the half a heart. We're going to the half a heart. All
half
right.
a heart.
Half a heart.
And not the guy that's shaking his fist.
Oh, is that what it looks like to you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of
shaking his fist.
Oh yeah, he's doing the. Is that? Our descriptions are interesting.
Well, I guess we better figure out this now, so we're not in a panic. Hit the half heart one. Which one's that? The one that looked like it's shaking his fist? Wait, which one's that?
I see. That is actually important because number 5 actually also kind of it's very similar. So the question is that looks like a. Okay, I think number 5 is like a broken heart. Like it used to be a heart, and then someone fired the little T into the middle of it, and it split and curled in half.
Well, the 7th one is clearly an S or a snake. See?
The sink. Yep.
Yeah,
I can see it's keeping a little faucet.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh no, that looks like the number 6 just looks like squigglies. Maybe a feather. We could say it's a feather. That could be like a feather. All right, sorry, but yes, the number 3 one, the
shaken fist.
Yeah, the shaken fist. We'll call it that.
All right. There's the familiar grinding and rumbling and shaking of the hallway, and when it ends, you open up the door, or I presume.
Sure. Yeah, we're protected in our circle. We're good.
All right.
Famous last words.
Look, what could possibly go wrong?
You open up the door to see a. It's hard to tell just how deep this is. The hallway goes. It's 4 meters wide, like the other ones are. It is painted black with tiny white spots scattered around on the ceiling and the upper edge of the hallway itself. And looking at it, almost looks like stars. So it resembles a night sky. And there is a door at the far end of it.
Not ominous at all.
So I suppose this is the kind of place you build if you're stuck underground for a very long time and don't get to look at the night sky.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Or it's a horrible trap and this is all ritual magic paint that will kill us. But I'm going to go with the first option. Alright, let's keep an eye out in case there are any more traps. You ran into one already, but head down the hallway towards the door.
Okay. The door does not jump out and attack you or anything.
Alright, then I guess we'll... Let's see. Kother and I should probably be up in front. Is this... yeah, go ahead and open the door.
Hold on, before we do that. I want to.
Right, yep. Life circles.
Like
yep.
How long is it to the door?
After a minute to get your bearings, because the night sky and the darkness really is...
100 feet, 200 feet?
15, 20 yards.
Okay, so like around halfway down, like at the 8-yard point, I'm going to put the life circles there.
Okay.
So if we have to retreat, then we can run past it, and they have to struggle to get past it. So okay, that works.
All right. Then we head up to the door, put down the 3 life circles there, and open it up.
I'm not going to put circles in front of the door.
Okay. You want to leave?
All right. If we see something dangerous, we can pull back to the circle and then decide what we want to do from there. Okay. Or we can just confront it here.
All right.
Okay.
Open the door.
All right. So you wait for a few minutes for the life circles, and you opened the door. Just inside, about 8-10 yards away, is a standing stone figure that turns now to this open door and starts to approach it.
Shut the door! Shut the door! Shut the door!
Not again. About the same size as the last one? About the same size as the last one?
Yeah, it looks very similar to the last one. About the same height, same weapon. No ghouls in the room that you could see or immediately, but
what?
It kind of commanded your attention.
Fair.
Shut the door, head back to the elevator.
Yes. Time to leave.
See if it follows.
Do you want to try a different floor, or are we under the assumption that maybe they put these things on every single floor?
Wait, does it follow us? Does it
follow us through the door?
You closed the door? No, it does not follow you.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't...
So we're in the elevator waiting for a couple of minutes going, oh...
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, that's good to know. All we have to do is close the door next time.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
I don't know if the other type of stone guy. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe
one was told to kill. Maybe the other one was told to serve a string.
Oh, we didn't close the door last.
We didn't close the door last time. We just fought him on the open doorway.
We didn't. Okay.
Yeah, and when we ran, they were in the doorway, so we couldn't close the door.
That might be it.
So.
All right. Well, I think we go ahead and just try the 4th floor
and see what happens. At least we have an idea of what's at each floor, so might as well.
Let's see this lamppost on a cliff. That's what I think we're
lamppost. I like the lamppost. Yeah, so we'll do the lamppost one.
It's a hangman's noose.
Oh no! See, the lamppost is much.
Or
nicer.
it's like street sign thing.
Yeah, it's a street sign. It's a sign.
Your death here. Poetic.
All right. There's a grumbling and a rumbling and a shaking, and then it opens up to a a weird shape, kind of like the hallway with the statue, how it kind of goes out just a little bit at an angle and then off to the side and had the T intersection or whatever. This one seems to go at an angle. When you open up the door at a 45-degree angle to the right is a hallway that's 8 yards long, turns to the left, and proceeds out of view to the left.
Okay. It's not like dark and stuff like the other corridor, right? It's then sort of a normal one.
It's not painted like a night sky, no. Everything's dark. There's no light in here except for what you have.
We have the light in the darkness.
Yep.
All right. I guess we can be careful and check the doors. Or check the hall, go down the hall.
Yeah, if it's weirdly angled like the last one, keep an eye out for anything that might open a secret door, but kind of doubt we'll be able to find much. Last time it was the statue.
Yep, so it goes a few yards to the right, turns to the left, goes another 8-10 yards or whatever, and then turns at a 45-degree angle and goes straight for another 20 yards or so. No, another 15, 16 yards or so, and there is a door at the end at a angle, so the hallway meets the wall at an angle, and there's a door set in there.
Oh,
So this whole hallway is like a zigzag back and forth?
Just a few turns. It doesn't zigzag back and forth, but
Okay.
you want to put a circle like right at the corner, and that way if we run off, if we have to run, it'll slow it down.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
But it's kind of the last hallway that goes off at an angle. So imagine if you had a hallway that ran east to west and a hallway that ran north south. This one kind of joins the east west to the north south at an angle.
Okay.
And that's where the door is at the angle.
Oh, it's right at the angle. Okay,
Yeah.
I see. Yeah. So like right at the last turn.
Yep.
He'll put the circle.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
4 circles. Yep.
Okay.
And then we'll all right, you guys open the door. she's had her fair share of being the frontline person.
I'll open the door.
All right. This is a rather large room. Looks like 16 by 16 yards. It is dark. There is at opposite the door. So the door's at an angle to you when you open it. Opposite the door is what looks like a small shrine that has been worn out, so you can't tell to who or anything like that. The room itself looks mostly empty. There's some debris and some cloth on the floor. It looks like the wall has places where there were tapestries, so because you can see changes in dust and wear on the stone itself of the wall, and tattered remains of rotted fabric on the ground.
Are there any other exits out of this room?
No.
That's it.
Okay.
That is it.
And you said there was a
A shrine.
Shrine?
Yeah, it looks like it may have been an altar one time with a shrine set up. From this distance, you can't make out details. There seems to be a figure on it.
all right. Since the room looks empty, I will fly, not touching the ground in this one, just in case here, over to the shrine and take a better look at it.
Okay.
Bring a torch with you.
What?
Do you get like little windling-sized torches?
Windling size what?
Or torches, light.
Oh yeah, I have a torch. Yeah,
Okay.
I have a windling size torch. It's like it's a little bigger than a match. It's fine.
Yep. Instead of a 5-yard radius, it's only a 2-yard radius light.
You need to get you some light cords.
You do have a few that have been burned out, but are still intact.
Just need to repair them. Alright, so the shrine.
Yes, the shrine. With your light, give me an awareness if you have it, or a perception.
Yeah, she doesn't have awareness, so. Ooh, wow, that was really good. There's a
Step 2 for a 1.
Yeah, it's because I still have the wound, so.
Yeah, the figure on it, the features are very worn away, and you can't make out anything, any details, so you don't know who this person might be.
How big is it?
About 3 feet tall. I mean, it's life-sized proportion, just not life-sized, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so but relatively humanoid, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it on? What's it sitting on? Like, is it just a stone slab, or?
It is a stone altar, a stone of some sort, surface on what looks like a solid block of stone. So the actual surface itself looks like it may be a separate piece.
Okay. How big is the stone thing? Is it like a box, almost like a stone box? Maybe like something could be in it.
Possibly. The surface itself is 4 yards by 3 yards. Probably a good 6 inches thick, so really heavy looking.
Okay. All right. So I'll fly back real quick. I can't really get any details off of it. It looks really rubbed away, so I don't know who it is. But it's sitting on this box thing, and maybe there's something in it.
I've run into 5 statues so far. One of them was a trap, and 4 of them were secret doors. So let's see if this one is one of them.
Wait a second. I want to look into the room astrally.
All right, roll your astral sight.
Okay. Yeah.
You can actually see into the room. It looks like I want to say 2, 4, 6-yard radius around this altar are clean.
Really?
You can see wisps of astral taint in the area you're at, and as they kind of drift in that direction, they vanish.
That's
that area around that statue is clear.
That's a good sign.
Ooh, that means we should not mess with the statue.
Well, we shouldn't disrespect it, but I don't know. It might be protecting something that could better serve the passions somewhere else. No. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, go ahead and move in and poke around, look at the statue, see if there's any hinges, secret doors, anything like the kinds of things we've run into so far.
Sure, why not?
Whoever is searching, give me an awareness roll.
Sure. I'm great at those.
Not too
I'm not bad at them. Oh, wait a minute. Kinsey, why are you rolling step 2 perception? Are you still in defensive stance or something?
Oh, I might be. That can
That was
explain
good.
it. Oh,
Oh.
yep, you're right. Thank you for the call.
Makes sense. All right. Well, we got a couple of 9s.
Here, I guess I'll try again with my.
Yeah, let's let
With your correct
Kinsey
step.
try again.
Oh, look at that!
There you go.
All right.
What do your little eyes tell us?
Kinsey, your eyes do tell you that the slab on this surface is not carved of the same piece of stone as the actual block underneath it.
Oh,
Nor is the statue that is on the slab. So with some work, it can be taken off, presumably.
taken off.
Um,
Do I think it would affect the cleanliness of her or whatever if I mess with it?
No clue.
Okay.
Maxim, you don't notice this, but Kothar does. The slab and/or statue seems to be protected in some way. There's a trap of some sort on it, but you can't make it out.
Right.
It's rigged.
There's some kind of trap on it. Can't necessarily tell what it is or what we could do about that. So I guess our options are either just leave it alone for now or try to poke it with a stick and back off.
Well, look around on the floor around it. Is there like a place where like is more worn than another?
That would indicate like, I don't know, blast radius of a trap or anything like that.
Or like place where somebody stood to open it?
No.
Okay.
The floor
Well,
here is very, very dusty. Like no one's been in here for a long time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't recognize the figure, but does anyone else now that you're all closer?
Oh, yes. Let's see.
Man, the last couple of statues were you could open them if you performed a ritual the right way or set up a trap if you performed it the wrong way.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if we recognize what it is.
We'll give that to Maxim with the 9. This statue looks like Uppendal.
Statue of the Builder. So, anyone familiar with the rights of the Builder? What they would...
I would think that would vary community to community.
Yes, but the last couple we ran into were reasonably... if there is anything more universal that I could think of for this, that would be good, but I'm not sure. I don't know about all that well. Possibly making some kind of offering, or, well, how worn the statue is, anything.
Okay. Could just
Many of
need
its
to have a
parts could
hammer
be...
on you. I don't know.
Hand the statue a hammer and see what happens?
Lay a hammer on the at its feet.
It does not have a kung fu grip or a place to put a hammer.
Yeah, so close.
I wonder why it's so worn.
Well, that might just be a result of... If it's protecting this area from horror taint, then that might just be the weathering from doing that.
Really?
It could also be why
they.
Yeah, it could also be why they have it. Why there's nothing here, like no creatures here like there were on the other floors.
Is there anything on the altar or the table that would say, hey, they put stuff here? Like something that might be more worn in one spot than another?
Yes.
Like indoors, statue, even 500 years old would be like, should be good.
The other ones
Why would you
were.
want-
This one isn't.
Yeah, why would it be like it's been like beaten up or hit? Or...
If there was a horror down here for a while, it may not have liked the statue very much.
But then I wouldn't have thought the area would be clear around it.
Yeah. Maybe
Clearly that passion
maybe it's-
has blessed this place. But I mean, it's like, I don't know.
this might be the symbol of, or the test for Upandal's statue is just repairing, working with something that's damaged and putting it back in order, maybe? If simply have a statue of him that is weathered down and let the people who know to try to fix it through? Seems unlikely.
Maybe.
I'm not sure how. That doesn't seem like the last couple mechanisms, but...
I mean, there's no rubble, just dust.
Yeah, I am worried that if we mess with it, though, it could. I don't know.
Is the dust even, Joe? I'm going to look around and test with my finger. Feel the grit on the floor, how even it is. If it like
no, it's not.
Does it pile up in the corners, or does it like? I mean,
yeah, it piles up in the corners. I mean, people have been in here before, but not in a long time. And I don't mean there's like 6 inches of dust or whatever, but there's a steady layer of dust here. So nobody has walked in this area, presumably in a while. But around the altar itself, the dust is a little lower than the other places, and a path to and from the door.
I can't think of anything then.
Like somebody may have. If they did come in, they just came straight to the statue and then left, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's just...
if somebody had evidence analysis, maybe you could learn more there. But the statue does not look like it is. And Kothar's a crowd. Yeah. So the statue does not look like the same stone as the one in the other hallway, which looks like it was built to the wall. This one was built and placed here.
Yeah, I got that.
So it could have been worn well before it was brought in here.
Yeah, I got that. I sort of, like maybe they had like different shrines. Maybe they moved this statue to here. I don't know. We could try moving it and the slab if we're careful about the trap, and then I wouldn't want to harm the statue. I'd probably want to wrap it in a bedroll or something.
Be very careful about that, yeah.
But I don't know what kind of trap it could be. That's why I thought maybe can only open it on one side or something, but it didn't seem that way.
Well, he did say there was in this places where it looks like other things were set, right? That's what you said, right?
Yes. In front of the statue, like I say, it was 4 by 3 yards, 4 yards wide, 3 yards from front to back. The statue is taking up about a square yard's worth of space, centered left to right in the back half of the statue. So you have about a square yard available right in front of it. That does seem to be more, not chipped exactly, but scratched and worn away, like it's been polished to an excess. Right? Anytime there was a slight bit of marring, somebody came through and smoothed it out.
Is that about the size? Is about the size of the base of the statue, or am I just getting the wrong?
It's about the size of the base.
If the statue was moved from the place it's at to that spot, would you think it would fit in that spot?
Yeah.
Worth a try.
Sure.
All right.
I'll back up some.
Yep.
Did I just nominate myself to move the statue from one spot to the other?
Yeah, I think you're the only one capable of it.
I can help. I've got 13 step strength, but yeah, you're kind of an obsidian.
Okay. I mean, all right, I can move the thing. I mean, kind of my idea.
What is your strength step?
7.
That's it?
If I'm reading, no, wait, my
For the step or the value?
Yeah, what's the step? Maybe it is.
Oh,
7.
yeah. It should be. Yeah, 7 would be like the lowest possible for an obsidian.
I didn't touch it at all when I made the character.
Oh,
so maybe it's 7.
What is your strength score?
18.
18.
Okay.
Yep. But the 18 is good. You can now give me a dexterity roll, though.
I'll help him out if I can. But...
All right, dexterity 6 is good. You carefully lift the statue and do it so without touching the slab yourself. And as soon as you move the statue and start to walk around where the statue was standing, there seems to be a glyph of some sort.
Ooh, fancy.
Okay.
Now we're getting somewhere.
So... Hack, there's some kind of glyph over there. Can you have any idea what it does?
Does Pattern let me know anything about the glyph or any of my... I don't know.
Pattern can, yes.
Or, I don't know. Alchemy or map making,
Either Pattern or looking at it astrally.
Okay, Pattern rolling. No! Pattern did not avail me there.
No.
You could try just looking at it astrally. This area is clean.
Yeah. Yeah. Another astral. Six. Not that great.
It is active. It is magically active. It seems to be, without a pattern you can't give a full definition of it, but it does seem to have some type of offensive spell in it.
Okay. So this is...
So that could be the trap?
Yes, it could be.
I don't know.
Is there anything else in there besides the glyph, or is it just the glyph?
That was underneath the statue, so the statue is covering it up. Now that you can see it, that's the only thing that was hidden by the statue.
Could you roll on your pattern only got a 2, I see.
Yeah.
Actually, a question. Like, he's doing Astrosight right now. Has the, bubble of safe, uncorrupted space moved with the statue, or is it still just where it was?
Seems to be where it was.
Okay.
The statue didn't move far.
Yeah. And it probably wouldn't see it change that quickly anyway. So I guess, yeah, the trap is just there to prevent the statue from being moved or taken. And this statue is...
The statue had no effect on the glyph itself.
Yeah,
right.
It may...
The statue is just there to hide it.
So if we set the statue down on the smooth area, have we put down the statue in the other area where we thought it was supposed to go?
I presume, yeah.
Okay, and nothing changed when we did that?
The glyph just may trigger an attack spell against anybody who opens up the base, lifts the lid.
Right.
Because he had basically the base, and then the lid, and then the statue. Right?
Yes.
So I'm thinking maybe the glyph will interact with anybody that tries to open up the lid.
But then, how did we get past is the question.
We didn't. How do we get past it? Theoretically, we could try breaking the base from the side, bottom.
Going in from the bottom, sort of thing, instead of messing.
Yeah, like a hammer and chisel type thing. I mean,
chisel out a hole.
Might be work, but
chisel out a hole in the base.
Or we could just try, this thing hasn't really gone off yet, and it seemed to be concealed by the statue. We could just try very carefully picking up the lid and trying to take that off and hope it doesn't go off.
I think
as long as we don't disturb it.
That is disturb. I think it'll trigger it. I think that's what it is.
Possibly, but then.
I mean, if we're going to try to open it, try to do it from like far away somehow. I don't know.
It's a big old slab of stone. Kind of need to be up close and personal with it to move it. Or alternatively, we poke the glyph with a really long stick. Who brought the 10-foot poles?
Could that potentially ruin what's inside?
Yeah. The other plan is we leave this place for now and hope maybe there's some information about this thing somewhere else.
Yeah, maybe we can do some research on the glyph and find out what we can do with it.
How much of a lip do we have to work with? Like, how much extra does the top overhang the bottom?
About 2 inches all around.
That's a lot, actually.
Yeah, maybe we should just move the statue back and investigate this glyph at a city, so that maybe you can figure out what it is, and we have more information about it. And then, because if we plan on coming back anyways, there's no point in setting it off.
Yep, fair.
Draw the glyph and problem for another day.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll make a little sketch of the glyph, so we could, and then we can do some background research on it. See if there's anything we can do about it. Plus, we can learn more about the deity and stuff like that. Maybe there's some way, give us some ideas of how to get around it. So,
yeah, this statue. Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and get that all down in my notes, and then let's move on to floor number 5. What's number 5?
We could go out and make like a really big lever.
Maybe, but I'd prefer a non-destructive means of opening this thing. Like, the statue's clearly very important.
A lever that would lift it up, not hurt it.
Yeah, you lift it up, but wouldn't that just set off the glyph, though?
What if we just lift the whole thing up equally?
From not being next to it, though. That's my whole point, is to do something while you're a little ways away. Like on the other side of the room.
I'd rather come back and not mess with it, because keep in mind that this thing is also stopping these creatures, and it's a nice safe room for us to rest in and other things like that. So if we'd rather find a way to do it without destroying whatever enchantment is on it as well.
Okay.
It's probably a nice little room too to drop stuff off. If we carrying armloads of stuff, we just put it inside the safe bubble.
Yeah, exactly. No,
it's just safe astrally, which means like, you're not going to deal with any like malicious spirits or something. Probably
right,
or something. But it doesn't it's not like protected.
Right. True.
You could raw cast in there a little more safely.
Yeah.
Yes, wonderful plan. Let's do some raw casting.
You probably feel a lot more comfortable as a windling using astral sight in there.
True.
Actually, it's a good point that if there's anything we need to examine astrally, bring it here.
Oh, that's true too.
But like I said, it's not like cadaver can't go walking into it or something.
Right.
They might not be able to go walking into it. We don't know, but I don't want to I don't want to use the scientific method there.
Yeah. So we'll sketch it and we'll come back for it. I think that's better. Let's move the statue back where it was, though.
Okay, you can get the statue back where it was.
Okay.
So now you're pressing the heart-shaped fish hook.
Yep.
Yes, the broken heart fish hook.
The split heart.
The fish heart? Yes.
The fish heart. Yes, the fish heart. That's the worst possible name because it doesn't at all relate to what's there, but it is great.
Nope.
All right.
The grinding and the shifting and the.
How long do these protection circles last for?
A few minutes.
Okay.
You kind of have to. If you want 4 on top of it, reapply them.
I cast the first one 4 minutes long, and then the second one 4 minutes long, and the third one 4 minutes long. But by then, the last one should probably only be a minute.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, so there's some grinding and rumbling, and this one opens up to a hallway that is longer than the others. Seems to go, I don't know, a good 30 yards or so straight ahead, and then it maybe forks off. It's kind of hard. Your light source is here and not there.
All right, let's head on down and check it out.
Whoever built this place is weird. All these hallways, not enough rooms.
Yes, at the end of the hallway, it turns to the left and to the right. You're at a T intersection. The right one seems to go 10 or 12 yards or so, and seems to turn again. The left one goes a little bit farther and turns. The left one turns left, the right one turns right.
Okay. Head left first?
Yeah, sure. Let's do left.
All right. The left one, after about 16, 20 yards, turns left, and shortly thereafter, there's a door. And that's it.
This
place is weird.
Yeah. Like, it's a point. Like, why dig hallways this long? It makes me wonder if the rooms are like built in some kind of specific locations in the mountain for some reason.
Maybe.
But that's a bit too large scale to.
Yeah. Where do you want to put your circle? We can't hear you.
About 2 squares back, so 4 yards away from the door.
All right. And then we are ready to open the door.
All right. Opening this door reveals what looks like another storeroom. There are old metallic shelves along the walls. A lot of dirt, rotting, and desecrated crates and barrels. A lot of stuff has been smashed open in this one. On the floor is just strewn a whole bunch of rubble, or not rubble, debris, rather.
Is there like foot areas that are clear in it, or is it? Would it be difficult to traverse without touching it?
Yeah, it'd be very difficult to traverse without touching stuff. And then you see a rat corpse, a couple rat corpses, skeletal, and one of them is slowly moving.
Oh.
A skeletal one.
Yes.
Kill it?
Yes, kill it. Okay, so we should be able to handle a rat corpse.
It's real easy to, I think Kothar has a warhammer. You can easily just
smash. Kothar, smash.
They don't seem to be a threat. They just seem to be moving skeletons.
That's disturbing.
We could always catch it, put it in a box, and sell it as a novelty.
Skeletal rat.
I would prefer not to be strangled by Carolus in my sleep. But anyway, okay.
Yeah, so there was no other exit out of this room, right?
Doesn't seem to be. Okay,
let's search around and see if there's anything left of value here. Probably not, but it can't hurt to look. And we can go back and check the other door. Or check the other direction. So let's look around and see if we can find something useful.
I'm gonna hang back at the intersection and keep an eye on the other direction.
Okay. those
Going
looking
Buxton.
around, give me awareness or perception.
Now there's a one. Good job, me.
Hey, I'm getting a lot of 9s today.
I found some useless object that I'm very, very enthralled with now. So that's all.
Kothar, on one of the shelves, at the back of the shelf, there seems to be a strange length of chain coming out from underneath some broken boxes that were on the shelf. And it catches your eye, and with a little bit of shifting, it looks like the chain goes into the wall itself.
That's odd. Is it like it's affixed to the wall, or it runs through the wall?
It seems to go into the wall.
Like
Hard to
there's a
tell if
little
it
hole?
runs through it, but yes.
Oh. Do we pull on the chain?
You pull on the chain. I think you pull on the chain. It's probably fine.
I'll give it like a little couple test tugs, but if it looks like there's some give to
Actually,
it.
maybe before we do that, let's just take a quick look at the ceiling and see if it's about to collapse like part of this room.
No?
Okay. Go ahead.
You give it a little tug, and there's a little bit of a give, maybe 2 or 3 inches, and then it stops. And on the next tug, it looks like with your strength, you kind of need to give it a little bit more force than just a gentle tug, and it almost seems to want to pull the wall itself. You can hear a slight bit of grinding and rumbling, and dust falls from an outline on the wall itself. So behind this shelf seems to be an outline of a door.
Got us
Woot!
another room.
A secret door. I'm excited.
All right.
And you can move the shelf out of the way, because it looks like the door is not going to open with the shelf in the way.
All right. Yep. Let's get that out of the way. Clear yourself a little bit of space. Probably need to refresh the life circles, and then let's try opening this up and see what's hidden.
Yep.
This room itself has a to the far wall is 4 yards. It seems to be about 8 yards side to side. And in the center of the room is there's a door also on the other side of the room. The door is directly opposite of the secret door that you found, and between you and it is a small covered wicker basket.
Okay.
That's weird.
I'm gonna walk over and see what's in the basket.
All right.
Wait, Joe, I'm getting the impression this was sort of like a fake wall.
The wall itself was not fake. There's just a secret door in the wall.
Okay. And the chain went through it to the other side?
The chain went into it, and when he tugged the chain, it seemed to help open the door. Opening up the door, rather, the chain does not go through it. So it seemed to be attached to something in the door itself.
How hard was it actually able to open the door?
Yeah, a very secret door then.
It might have been more secret when the rest of the room was intact.
Yeah, it wasn't super hard to open.
Just seems odd to
It
me.
might have been hidden when the room was
way.
full. We should keep an eye out for any other chains or anything like that in the rest of this place. They might be.
Well, it seemed like the only way to get in would be from on this side because all the shelving and all the stuff was in the way. So
That's true.
this would be the only way to get into the room. You would have to move the shelving out of the way, pull the door open, and do whatever we go to into this room. So it's not something that's very
unless like the chain was used to sort of like pull the shelves in place from this side.
I mean, is this important?
Well, yeah, like I'm trying to think like what mechanism, what's the purpose of this room? Why was it set up this way, right? Like maybe, and I'm thinking like whatever's on the other side didn't want people on the side we came in to notice easily. So like maybe they pulled the shelving in place from the secret side.
Oh,
that's what I'm thinking.
Well,
but I don't know.
We'll find out what's in the secret. What's in the wicker basket? Let's see what's in the wicker basket.
I'm gonna tell you here in a second.
Like if you had a secret door, like why would you put a chain on it?
It's just, well, this is not in fact a secret door. The secret door is on the other side of the room. We just fell for the obvious trap.
Oh yeah, we're all going to die. This wicker basket is going to consume my soul.
You look in the basket and you see your face staring back at you.
It's a skeleton snake.
And then you look up from the wicker basket that you now and see a wicker basket inhabiting your suit of plate mail. It turns around and attacks the party.
Alright, I need you to make me an awareness roll. Do you have danger sense?
I do not have danger sense. What an interesting question. So
I do.
Yeah, but you're not the one looking in the basket.
No, sorry. You should have told me to look in the basket.
Yeah, but I have plate mail. It's better than danger sense.
Ah, I see.
Being the biggest guy in the room.
Plate mail and 19 toughness. This is how you disarm traps.
I think another word for Windling danger sense is curiosity.
Yes.
Ooh, I sense danger. Let me check it out.
I need to get something. My Adobe crashed, so everything has to be loaded up again.
Aww.
All right. Where is there? Okay. All right. Unfortunately, your awareness did not beat its sneaky sneak. So you are surprised this turn.
Fair enough.
Let me give you guys the area you're in. Let's see, you are on. I think Hack was still back there. Maxim went in. Kothar and Kinsey are both in the other room right behind it. So this turn, the snake is going to bite at you, and with surprise, you're at -3 to defenses.
I have applied the surprised condition on my character sheet.
Okay. In that case,
Defense is down to 5.
This is a skeletal snake.
Ah, that's mildly terrifying, but hopefully it doesn't have venom.
Skeletal snake with venom. That's probably more terrifying.
That's just cheating at that point. This is the ghost of venom past.
Success by 2. Where's my damage? I apply its whole 1 damage. All right, everybody can roll initiative.
I can take off my surprise.
Yep.
It's up here. Okay.
Where's the thing? Oh, right, yeah. Plate mail. That's why my initiative sucks. I remember. Okay, that's an initiative roll.
Wow.
Snake. Venomous. Cheating, I tell you. Cheating.
Like it can get through your plate.
Okay, to be fair, plate mail is also cheating, but it's okay when I do it.
All right, Kothar, Kinsey. All right, everybody's there. The snake it's gonna bite you again.
I believe you. I believe it will try.
If I had
Is this thing just hiding in the basket?
Yes, it's hiding in the basket. Well, now that you've opened the basket, it's lunging out at you. Well,
it was probably a living snake at one point.
Yeah, it's still staying in the basket. It's still staying in the basket, so it's not leaving the basket, but hits you barely. But damage-wise,
I'm just imagining this thing has like a step 3 damage, but when you poisons you, it does like step 20. And I'm just completely ruining its stream.
Step 6 damage. I'm rolling ones.
Nice.
Kothar, you are up. You hear now the rattle of this skeleton, skeletal snake. It was probably very stealthy because it could go indefinitely without moving.
Mm-hmm. As well as the concerningly high-pitched scream and kill it!
I guess I can move up next to the basket and swing the axe and...
Yes.
The basket might not survive this.
Actually, the basket might, well, the snake might survive better than the basket.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh.
or not.
Wow.
That was not a good roll.
Okay, maybe the snake did survive better than the basket.
Maybe the basket survived too. You just missed everything. You gave it a warning shot, to scare it. See, it's okay.
What happened was I should have turned the axe on its side and just flattened it rather than trying to use the edge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just lean forward and fall on top of it.
You just should have sat on it. See, it would have done more damage.
All right, Kinsey, you are up.
All right, I'll go up and slash it up.
The hell of a roll.
We'll go right beside it. It's in the way. All right. How much karma do I have left? 1. Okay. No, I'll hold it for the moment. Wow. We are not doing well against the snake.
This snake
gets
is
stuck in
a
the basket.
ninja.
I think this is the snake's room. We can just let him have it.
Why does it say the rule of ones? Is there something is very bad about rolling all ones?
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
When you have multiple dice to roll and they all come up ones, something bad happens.
Oh, that's good to know.
So wait, get stuck in the basket.
Yes,
yeah.
I know. I'm stuck in the basket, can't get out.
Well, we now have a snake with the party now, and the wingling is now in the basket for anybody else to find it later.
All right, so that ties in with this. Right before Hack goes, Hack, you hear this slamming sound as the door behind you guys slams shut. And water starts to pour from the ceiling into the room you're in.
The little tiny room?
Yes.
Ah! Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh. Oops.
So I'm like peering around this other door going, God, where'd you guys go? Wait, did somebody say a snake? Did somebody say a snake?
Oh, he was in the hallway.
Yeah,
right.
he was back in the hallway looking.
And everybody's gone.
I don't know. I guess I can try to pull the chain. That's what I try to do. I try to pull the chain. In case you need a strength roll.
Yes.
I failed. Got a 1.
The chain does not seem to have any give at all when you try to pull it.
Okay.
All right, Maxim, you are up.
Right. So how quickly is this water pouring in here? Is this like an inch a minute, or is this like a few feet? We're going to be drowning soon.
It seems to be pouring fast.
Right. Okay. And this opposite door. Does that look? How difficult does that look to open? Is that like a big heavy stone door, or is that just like a wooden door or something?
It's a stone door.
Now, screw it. I don't think the snake is actually all that. No. I'm gonna take one round to stab the snake, and hopefully it'll just die, and then we can start trying to push our way out of here. Nope, this thing cannot be touched.
All right.
I think the tiny venomous snake might have a very high physical defense.
Yep. All right. I rolled its initiative.
This is not going well. We should have just left.
I would not like anymore. I would not like to have our end be because we were trying to re-kill a tiny snake.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah, I should do that too.
No,
I should try to open the damn door.
The water is at
I was gonna do that.
About 2 feet high now.
Oh yeah, I'm glad.
Okay, yep, this bad. Although if your wings get wet, you can't fly for a while, so be careful.
Yes, I'm gonna be like high up. Wait, can I attack this thing?
No, you got wet when it slammed in water. That's the ones.
Help!
So you are swimming.
That's bad.
And swimming, you're harried since you can't actually stand in the water. You gotta.
Oh.
That's what obsidian are for.
Yeah. So mark the harried on you.
Okay.
Standing on obsidian.
-2 to tests and -2 to defenses. And Kothar, you go first.
I'm gonna take the opportunity to try to get the door open.
Okay. The door opens inward? No.
You pulled on the chain to open it, right?
Are you trying to get the secret door open or the door on the opposite side?
I guess initially be the closer, whatever.
The secret door, the one we came in, right?
Oh, so the secret door, would we be pushing that secret door open from here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems doable.
Okay, give me a strength roll.
Wow. I guess 9 is my lucky number today.
Yeah, it does seem so. It is not enough to open this door.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That's bad.
Very bad.
The snake does not seem to be hindered by the water.
No.
And it is going to go after the little wet, tasty windling.
No! This is
rude.
Really bad. This is gonna really hurt.
The Beastmaster, felled by an undead beast.
Yeah.
A success, not extra success.
Oh, thank goodness. That's something.
Come on, ones with the damage.
No, more than one. Probably not enough to penetrate your armor, though.
Oh wow! Like okay, cool. Okay.
Don't even need plate mail to laugh at this thing.
Nope.
All right, Kinsey, you are up.
All right. I got this. I'm gonna kill this thing. You guys, I'll deal with I'll deal with this thing. You guys open the door.
We're gonna be trying to push this door open, and we're gonna look back, and you're riding this thing like it's a bull, trying to kill it. Don't worry, guys, I got this. Like, in and out of the water.
You know what? I
Like
will
a
use
kraken.
my last. I'm gonna use my last karma on this thing. I'm really. Actually, I'll wait for damage because I'll use on the damage.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh,
There we go.
finally it gets hit.
Yes, finally gets hit. Okay, a success by 2. All right, so and then claw shape, and I will use my karma on it because I just want this thing to die.
Wow.
Boom! There. See, I told you I'd deal with this. Now open the door.
Problem solved.
Huh.
With your movement, could you, I don't know, swim on top of me or?
Yeah. Yes, I will. I will try to swim up on top of him or Kothar, whichever one. Somebody close.
I just kind of imagine the blood pedal almost like climbing the wall at the gym. You just kind of.
Yes, I'm just like.
Get the rock wall.
Really annoyed because she's so used to flying everywhere. This is really obnoxious.
It's funny. It
Reverse
should
to
not
scram.
have an unconsciousness rating.
The snake.
Yeah, it's
if it's undead, it shouldn't have them.
Oh,
Then
right.
it's dead.
True.
Yeah.
Let me see if it.
Would it have died or no? Is it still alive?
If it has a death rating, it'll die. It just sometimes they don't have unconscious because they're undead.
Or maybe it's just
You
a
can't
very
disable
sleepy
them.
skeleton.
They're broken or they work.
I think the. Yeah, it is still alive.
Darn it. Okay.
But it might
Should
be
have
to
a
a
wound
knockdown.
threshold, though.
It did have a wound. So there is that. Wound threshold. Yeah, it's probably going to be knocked down.
Yeah. Start drowning,
Holy
undead
what?
snake.
Okay.
What?
For whatever weird thing, this thing has a knockdown test of step 996. I rolled over 1,000.
Yeah.
Fair enough. This might be because snakes don't have legs.
Yeah, that's true. You probably can't really knock down a snake.
It's immune to knockdown. Okay.
Yes. That
Okay.
makes more sense.
I guess that's why they gave it such a high step.
Okay. Well, it is. It's a pair. Okay, so it's still alive, is what you're telling me.
Well, that's an Easter egg. Nobody will think about rolling it because it's a snake, and
Yeah, I'm still climbing up onto somebody because I'm not staying in the water.
All right, you can, with assistance, get up on probably Kothar. All right, Hack, you are up again. You can hear activity through on the other side of this door.
Oh, you open the door! You probably be
Hack starts doing one of those like comedy routines where like he's trying to put like both feet up on the wall and keeps slipping and sliding and landing on his butt and trying to drag it away. A couple times he tries to use his tail. It's like he can't.
Shouting at the door, "Let me in! Let me in!"
Yeah, we're like, let us out! Let us out!
Yeah. I'll roll strength, but
yes.
Hopefully it's an assist roll.
Oh wow!
Oh, Rachel just ripped the door off its hinges.
Maybe that tail action was just what he needed.
He timed it with Kothar pushing the door, and then Kothar just kind of went, and then he pulled and
maybe.
You fall to the ground as the door gives way, and water starts to rush into the room you're in, which quickly mixes with all of the spilled debris and stuff, and the stench becomes horrible. All right, Maxim, you're up.
Oh, right. I'm assuming the water is like rushing down to like inches.
Yes, it's still pouring in, but it is leaving the room faster than it is entering it now.
All right. In that case, I'm just gonna kill this thing.
Optimistic.
Well, you hit,
but not inaccurate. Okay, and
oh, you can unsurprise yourself now. You are no longer blindsided.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, it's blindsided because I didn't change it.
There we go. That's a death.
Stab. All right.
What did you roll to hit?
I don't know. I have no way of telling you that information.
Yeah, you rolled a 5.
Oh wait, you also have it labeled as knockdown, even though it's not knockdown.
Oh, so its defense was higher, so it actually did not. It is still at 18.
Oh no, it's a miss.
All right. I guess that's the end of the round then.
This is
rolled a 5 on a step 12. Disgraceful.
Right. Dang it. Why is it doing this again?
You might want to take off its blindsided and knockdown and all that stuff if you can.
I'm kind of glad it's not a 9 again. I just wish it wasn't a 3.
Oh, my man. I'm wet. Kenzie's just wet. She's just like, I'm done.
I've doubled my initiative this round.
I think it's because the
creature mark
unconsciousness rating is still showing up. So
I think it might also be because, like, unless you remove the 14 damage I put on it.
Yeah, I removed the damage, but it's still the damage it had is over the living snake's unconsciousness rating, so it remarked it again.
Start with a fresh creature and then just take off the damage from mine.
Pumped it.
Pumped up the snake.
Yep.
I mean, it's doing pretty well. I don't think it needs any of the help.
Nope.
hasn't done any damage yet. Oh, that's not true. It has inflicted 2 strain from aggressive attacks against it.
Alright. So let me reroll its initiative. Alright, Kothar, you are first.
Alright, now that the pressing concern isn't there anymore, I can freely try to hit the snake again.
Kill it! Kill it!
With fire or blunt force trauma.
Yay!
You hit. Why is it still at a -5? It should not be at a -5.
So did he hit?
Its defense is a 9. So yes, he hit. No, sorry, he rolled a 7. He did not.
Okay.
I gotta figure out why this defense is wrong. Alright, somebody try to... Kothar, reroll your attack on the snake. I want to see if it's showing right. Alright, yep, failure by 2. No, it's still showing a 5. Why is it?
It's not -5 this time.
Yeah, I boosted its defense, but it's still showing the result being against a target number 5. So I need to manually go in here. Alright, physical defense.
You could just start with a fresh one and then just take away the damage. That might be a better bet.
It would still show the wrong defense, I think.
Would it? Oh.
Okay, that might work. Alright, so its turn. It's gonna lunge after Kothar.
Aw.
Now let me see if it's right.
It's already tried to eat 2 of us and found us entirely inedible, so going for the last one now.
Go ahead, go ahead and try to eat the rock man. I mean, that's might as well.
When has that ever gone wrong?
It's bad because I'm hiding up there and it wanted me. So now it has to bite you to get to me. That's what it is.
Yeah, something's wrong on there. Okay, let me do it. Just public role step. Because it ignores wounds up to so much. Okay.
Does it? So the wound doesn't even matter. That's sad.
Alright, Kothar, a 4 misses you. Alright, Hack, your turn. The door is open. There's water in here. It's starting to smell
Did I fall
bad.
down?
Yeah, but you weren't knocked down.
Okay. I can come in then. And I guess I'll squeeze by the obsidian. And I'll cast Fear.
Okay.
Cast. Cast. 2 threads. No threads. There we go. Success by 5.
Alright.
1 extra success.
It does not seem afraid. Oh, that's
Spirit
Spirit
Grip doesn't make
not
you afraid.
fear. I thought I heard fear.
No, this is damage.
Alright. Roll your damage.
I got 1 extra success. I think that I think I can actually hold on. I think I can use it to increase the damage. Let me see if I can open up Spirit Grip. Effect. Will plus 2. Okay, so yeah. Mystic reduce defense 2. Extra success. Increase duration 2 rounds. It doesn't increase damage. Okay.
Reduces defenses though.
But additional. Okay. Character is dead.
Wow. It didn't have that much health left, apparently.
No, it didn't.
Oh, okay.
Alright, now it's dead.
And the door closes again.
No, it's still open. The water continues to pour down, though, for a bit longer.
Basically enough to fill the room, basically, kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Was there something in
the... I'm gonna check the basket, though. Yeah. Was there anything cool in the basket?
No, there's just a snake.
Oh.
But it's not there anymore. Oh, there's a bunch of molted skin from decades ago.
You could make a scarf. Not an ice scarf, but yeah, okay.
You're a windling. You can make some leg warmers.
Okay. Well.
So what did you do to upset the undead snake?
I opened a basket. I guess it just likes closed baskets that way.
Yeah.
That'll do it. Yeah.
But I am not flying around anytime soon as I shake off my wings. So
you can be a cavalryman like me for a little while.
Yeah. I'm just gonna sit up on Kothar's shoulder and sulk.
All right. Now that that's dealt with, let's see what else we found. Try open it up this other door here.
All right. Roll me initiative.
Again?
I got a 1.
I'm pretty sure it's going to beat you. but just to make sure.
Trapping a shoe. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. All right. It beats you. This dart comes out and hits you, and you're the wrong one for this to hit. So 8 damage.
9 armor. This plate mail has been working out real well for all the traps down here, except for the water. But all right.
Weakness.
All right. Now opening this one. You find another storeroom. This one does not look all ratted and decayed. It does look like there's a few things missing, though. There's empty shelves. But of note, you see what looks like 6 potions. 2 potions, so 8 total. 2 potions that are slightly different. And next to that is a small crate of some sort. On the other side seems to be a small coffer of some sort.
All right. Well, let's do as adventurers do and rush in and start poking everything until we figure out how valuable it is.
In the coffer seems like there is very old and dusty coins.
Well, pretty sure most stores will still take dusty coins.
Yep. There's a few. It's I don't know, maybe a few inches wide. We'll say 8 by 6 by 4 or so. So hard to estimate how many coins might be in it. There's also a few bits of color poking through from underneath some of the coins that turn out to be a few gems.
Oh.
All right.
Is there no other exit out of this room?
There doesn't seem to be.
Any chains hooked up to walls for no particular reason?
Yeah, I'm going to search around. I want to see if I can find a secret passage.
All right, you can search. Give me awareness or perception, but there are no chains.
Oh.
Oh, I find nothing.
No, you find nothing.
Are you still harried?
Oh, wait. No. Oh, I think I am. Wait, hold on. Let me fix that.
Kothar, on the other hand, decides to just kind of lean up against a wall to watch what you're doing and almost falls backward as a secret door opens up.
Of course.
There we go.
We can't hear you.
It's amazing. I want to see the video. That's exactly how it went. Very Scooby-Doo.
All right. Okay. Well, let's.
There's
okay, so you said
secret...
there was.
Oh,
just double check. We got the 8 potions. We got the coffer with the coins and the gems. Was there something else I needed to record here?
Oh, I'll be right back. I'm just getting a drink.
There's a small crate next to the potions.
Okay.
And the potions themselves seem to be in a crate.
Okay.
The 6 of them do. The 2 that were separate are separate, and then there's a small crate next to it.
Okay. And what's in the second small crate?
Opening up the small crate seems to be a last chance salve.
Oh,
That's
right. That is
kind of obvious what it is.
Those seem like the kind of thing where you'd want a nice universal label, so you don't kind of mix up with anything else. All right. We can identify the potions, count the coins later, but what's behind door number 2 or 3 or...
All right,
door number 4.
The door looks like it opens up into a familiar-looking area. Immediately to the left is a hallway that kind of turns and hits an angled door on an angled wall, and then to the right it goes just a little bit away and then goes through at an angle, and it seems to be the hallway that resembles, anyway, the hallway that led up to the room with the slab and the statue. And
Okay, so these aren't different floors. This is a rotating something or other. That's interesting.
Oh. So it's like one floor that rotates and spins? Like the door rotates or something?
Yeah. Okay, so the weird layout with all the hallways makes a little bit more sense now if these are all nesting together, although why go through the trouble of having this set up in that way? Still unclear.
So are we done with this area?
Yeah, looks like we're good here, and we can go back down this hallway and check out the right path we went past earlier.
Okay. You want to move all this stuff into the elevator first?
Yeah, sure. We can... Yeah, take the stuff back to the elevator. If you want to take a look at the potions and we can count the coins, then we can get that properly recorded.
I don't want to take the time to count hundreds of coins right now.
Yeah, but I'd like it nicely recorded in my... I'd like it nicely recorded in my treasure log so that DM doesn't have to go back, flip back to this page.
I'm sitting on Kolthar's shoulder. I will just have the coins there, and I'm counting as I'm... I'll do the
count. Much rather you pay attention to what's going on.
Please.
Do that while you're
helped.
I have danger sense. I'm always paying attention.
There we go. Oh, the danger sense. It's like seatbelts, where it technically does help make things safer, but doesn't really reduce the injury rate because people drive less carefully when they've got them.
Right. Yeah, no. We'll count them later. It's not important. All right.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So yeah, we'll put all the crate and everything in the elevator room.
The rotating room, whatever it is.
Yeah, we'll call it the elevator room because I don't want to change that. It'll confuse my brain.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then we're going to go to the right area that we skipped last time.
Alrighty then. It turns to the right. There's a door, kind of like this one that you came through on the other side. It doesn't seem to be trapped at all because somebody, I'm presuming, opens it and doesn't have a dart jam out on them.
Yeah. That's probably happening. Yeah.
This room has a it kind of looks abandoned. Looks like at one point in time there was large bits of furniture on the floors that are no longer there. There's a dust layer throughout, but it's obvious where certain things were and are no longer because there's less dust there. The dust has also been disturbed around those areas that have been moving. Oddly enough, everybody can roll me perception or awareness.
There we are.
Kothar is just fantastic at finding secret doors.
A character that actually has an ability to do perception. That's a new thing for me.
Crazy.
The dust goes to the far wall, And on a spot on the floor, it seems to end, and there's a chunk of the floor that seems cleaner than the rest.
As in, there might be a secret door there?
Possibly.
All right, well, guess we can poke around in there and see what we can find that might be able to open it. I don't know, any chains hooked up to the wall or things hidden behind shelves or anything like that.
Bricks that move.
Or we can just, get the sledgehammer.
Seems to be that when you get into that area, there is a hinge, and it starts to lower down like into a ramp. And what dust is on there now kind of slides slightly, but it doesn't all slide off, so there's still some dust that is stuck to the floor. And it seems to go down, and then not too far down seems to be a barricade that has been set up from the other side.
Okay, but it looks like ruined isn't like it rotted, or it's like something busted through.
No, it still seems intact.
Oh, okay.
Maybe,
well, let's go check out what's down there then.
Maybe they're survivors.
Seems unlikely.
Should we yell out hello?
You said it looked abandoned, Joe. Is it like there's still a lot of dust on the floor here? Like
in this room, yes. It's the room itself is abandoned. The hinge leads into a tunnel that goes down probably a good 30 yards or so. But there's a barricade that looks like, just the way it's been set up, does not look like it was set up on this side. It looks like it was set up to block.
Right, I get that. Yeah. The big flat surfaces are on this side.
Yep.
The braces and stuff are on the other side.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And from the craftsman type person in the group, this looks like it might take a long time to get through on this side because it was set up for a purpose.
Hello? Anybody there on the other side? Hello?
We're not monsters.
They might
knock on the barricade.
Starved to death. It's been a little while.
Knock on the barricade. Maybe nobody's watching or listening.
Yeah, there's no answer.
Okay. Nobody's home. Besides the stone man who is getting ready to pound whoever comes through.
Is there a place I could squeeze through?
No.
They made a really good one here.
Yeah.
They'll take a swallow again.
Can we just pull it down? Or
it would take a lot of work. And plus, if there are survivors back there, we're not ready to like go full fledged against them, those creatures, we would probably be we could be doing more damage than good.
An easier question: would it take us a long time to clear an opening big enough for the windling to go through? Like maybe there's like a small section that looked like it might be able to.
It looks like it's pretty intact here. If you had some type of pick, you do have axes, so you can start chopping stuff. But you'd have to work at it a little bit to see how thick, I guess it is, to find out exactly how long.
Okay.
Maybe we could. Is there something small enough that we could like put a piece of paper through and leave a note?
How anyone's going to check?
You probably could slide a note through a gap, but could you slide the note far enough through the filler to get to the other side is the question.
Good point.
Dear non-cadaverman.
We could just check out the other paths, and they might end up connecting to this through the other.
True, but I don't want to destroy their barricade that might actually be protecting them.
Mm-hmm.
From the creatures. especially if we haven't actually cleared out all the creatures yet.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we, since we don't plan on staying much longer anyways, why don't we go back, take what we got, and then later when we are able to kill those giant stone dudes, then we can come back and be like, I feel more comfortable taking down this barrier so that we can get through if we've killed the bigger threats.
Fair enough.
I think we should check the barrier out before we clear out the. I don't want to go after the false men unless we have to.
Well, okay. Either way, in our current state, I don't know if tearing down this barrier is good for anybody, because what if there are survivors up there, they're going to have to rebuild it all over again.
Right, and we have an entire branch of Throal that helps them do that. They'll send an expedition.
Yeah, but
if we can get them out of the kaer, then we can go back to Throal and report our success, be heroes, and they'll send an expedition to help these people by airship. They'll just airdrop a bunch of supplies and help them rebuild and all sorts of stuff. We just got to get them out if they're survivors, right? We don't know if they are, though. So, I mean, we could be breaking into a horror nest for all you know, but...
Yeah. Either way, we're not prepared for either one of those at the moment.
So, grab some picks and come back and check it out.
I think we check the other passageways. We know some of these just connect back to each other.
Yeah.
So there might be a really easy way around this.
I don't have a problem with that either, but if there's an easier way around it, then I don't have much hope for survivors.
True.
Well, or we'll find other places that are barricaded just like this is, and they're just in
and that gives us a good sense of it.
Yes.
All right. So let's go back and we're gonna check. I guess on the next floor of the. Let's see. What's this? Is the squiggly, the feather one? Is that what the one we're on? I think we're on the feather, right?
This one was the
fish heart, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this is the fish heart. Next, now we're on the feather.
Yeah, the feather. Yes.
All right. This one has a small room with a hallway that goes off at an angle, and it hits a doorway.
Okay. The second floor.
Like the opposite one that led into the shrine. It's that type of angled hallway that leads to a door.
Okay. Well, set up circles about 2 squares back away from the door before we open it.
Okay. This room looks very arcane in nature. There are... The first thing that stands out is that there is several tables on the we'll call the east wall that look like a medical wing. There are several bodies laying on the tables. There is a desk, a well-preserved desk on the northwest corner of the room.
Nope.
You want to leave?
Nope. Let's.
Okay. Is there something wrong? Oh, okay. Shut the door.
Okay.
Let's back up. Let's leave this one.
Save this one for later?
Time when none of us are wounded or...
Okay. All right.
And we have karma.
Yeah, I am completely out of karma currently, so yes.
Yeah,
this room gives me the not a good idea vibe.
Okay, fair enough.
So I guess our resident magic-y guy says, we listen.
Yeah. When that says, we're
fair enough.
Listen. And that's the only thing for this with this floor so far that we found.
That's it.
Oh, weird.
Okay.
I guess we go to the snake room, the snake floor. Hopefully, not more snakes.
Just nothing but snakes. Hundreds of snakes.
Yeah,
Thousands of snakes.
It is literally the snake floor. The whole floor is literally the inside of a snake. You just walk into the stomach of a snake.
The walls are snakes. The door is snake. The door handle's a snake.
Yep. Yep.
A shorter corridor leads to a door.
Okay. Circle in the middle. Circle,
right.
circle.
All right.
You can hear without the awareness or perception rolls that there seems to be activity on the other side of this room.
Oh.
The other side of this door.
Oh.
Kind of activity.
And let me clarify too. On this side of the door, there seems to be a brace. A couple things across the doorway.
On this side.
On this side.
Like they were trying to keep something in.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh.
Concern.
Maybe we shouldn't open
What does it
door.
sound like?
A lot of a low droning, maybe mechanical or industrial. It's hard to tell.
Should we go back to the last floor then and just leave this be?
Yeah, let's. This seems like the kind of thing you don't break down without, I don't know, karma and full health and maybe a plan if we're feeling real spicy.
This is the second to the last on the list of buttons.
Yes.
Is this like obviously going down, like more sub levels, like almost
No.
what would be like? Oh.
On the map, it's rotating.
Oh,
yeah,
rotating?
yeah. I figured
Oh.
we figured that out. So I figured that's why he was drawing it out now. Once we figured out that's a rotation, then
Yep. Before I was swapping you back and forth on two different map tiles of the same map.
That's funny. All right. So yep. All right. Let's do the last button.
All right. The vise with the handle on the inside of the vise.
Yeah.
All right.
The inside vise.
Longer corridor. Turns down at the end.
Okay. All right.
There is an iron door at the end of this corridor.
Oh, fancy.
And there are 3 lightning bolts engraved on it.
3 lightning bolts.
Okay.
Is that a symbol of something we know?
Doesn't seem to be.
They should be letting us know that if you try to open this door, you're going to get hit by 3 lightning bolts.
I'm gonna guess they're not runic in nature or anything like that. Then they're just etched lightning bolts.
They're just lightning bolts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we hear anything beyond this door?
No.
What if we get how about we just give it like a little knock, see if anything,
You want to knock? Go ahead. Yeah. All right. We knock on the door.
Who knocks on the door?
I'll knock on the door. Oh, Cuther does. Okay.
That was my idea.
All right.
Fair enough.
Kothar. You take 7 points of mystical damage, protected by mystical armor if you have it.
Could I use my steel thoughts or whatever count that I have with associated with this, or?
Yes, you can. I will give that to you.
How does that work?
Just roll it. Normally, your difficulty is the result of the attack. But I will give you a flat difficulty here of 8. Okay, you actually avoid the damage.
Nice.
Didn't need the karma on that one, but oh well.
Where is this damage coming from exactly?
Seemed to come from the door.
Just lightning coming out of the door?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it did tell us.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah.
Is it still
we didn't believe the sign, but it was very
Does it have
specific.
the same amount of lightning bolts that was etched on there, or is one missing?
No, it still has the same amount.
But could probably open it, but it would probably hurt too.
Was he able to knock at least?
Yes. Touching it is what triggered it, but he managed to pull back in time.
Okay, so the question is...
So he knocked once.
Does anybody answer?
No.
Do you think the lightning got him?
I don't know. Is this maybe a prison cell? Like they've locked something in?
Or a vault.
Or vault, right? Could be a vault.
Well, let's see. What if we, I don't know, get some nice thick gloves and try to just... Is this a push or a pull door?
It's actually hard to tell.
You hit it hard
without actually manipulating the door a little bit to find out. There's no obvious handles.
So it's all... This thing must be magical. Is there like... I wonder if there's like a password or something you have to give to get into the door or something, or a key.
You know, I bet where we might be able to find some kind of password or information about something like that. That desk in that magical room.
Which we should avoid at the moment.
With all the bodies.
Yeah.
All right. We've mapped out the area. We have a pretty good idea of where we want to go. Question is, do we want to take the time to try to handle that barricade if there are survivors back there or not?
They can wait a little while.
Yeah. I mean, they've lasted this long.
Yeah, you probably don't have the tools needed for that.
Okay. To do it properly, right?
Yeah.
Like it would take us like 3 times as long.
I mean, with what you have, it would almost be like trying to bash it down, which it was built to prevent.
Right.
And it seems to have done a good job because it's still in place.
I will also attest to the effectiveness of the defenses on the said door.
Yeah. All right. So, we should, all right. Let's get out of here then. We have quite a bit of money and other things.
Wait, Windling area, the little area you discovered.
Oh yeah. We'll go back to that because that's towards the entrance.
Yeah, that's
like,
towards the entrance.
Yeah. So we'll go back out to there, and then I will go in and check out that area again.
I guarantee in Daichi we can buy tools to break through a barricade.
It was here, right? Yeah, that's where it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There were 3 bodies. One looked like had robes and stuff. One was in, I believe it almost looked like plate armor, but very damaged and dented. And then the third one I think had like hide maybe, or remains of. It didn't have much armor left at all because it had rotted.
Yeah, it rotted away. Yeah. All right. But this is something they could, with time, they could get through it, right?
Yeah, the statues seem to be movable by up to 3 people, and you have people, so you can slide the statues out of the way.
All right, let's search these in a much better way, and hopefully they don't get up.
They don't get up. They would have gotten up already.
Cool.
Obvious things that have survived the time. Now these bodies don't look as decayed as I forgot. No, these ones actually looked pretty dead for a while. One of them has the magician-looking lady and the remains of the robes. Has a ring on a finger that looks rather large and ornate.
Ooh, fancy ring.
That still seems decently in decent condition. The guy in plate mail, his armor looks salvageable. Not in as good of condition as the armor that Maxim found.
Mm-hmm.
But with some repair, it could be sellable.
Yes, with some repair, it could be sellable, or at least for partial of it at least.
Mm-hmm. All right, worth taking is what you mean. All right.
Yep. And then the guy over on this side here. Oops, I'm on the wrong. This guy here has 2 items of note. He has some knee-high boots made of shiny black leather that still seem shiny.
Nice.
Okay.
And he also has a small clutched in his hand, in his tightly grasped hand, which is kind of under his body in the way he fell or whatever, a small metal ball that's about 4 inches in diameter. So not small, actually. It's rather large.
Tennis ball size?
Huh? Bigger than a tennis ball,
size?
actually. Softball size. And it seems to be covered with symbols on it.
Okay. Like a grimoire?
Perhaps. Pattern craft might make something out of it, but it definitely seems to be magical symbols.
Yeah, I can roll pattern. No, not well.
I have a quick question. Are some of the symbols the symbols on the elevator?
No.
Okay. Just curious. Oh, well,
okay.
Something we can examine over time.
Is it a dead end, the collapsed area? Does it completely seal everything off?
Yeah, this was the entrance that you were looking for from the outside.
Yeah, this leads to the main entrance outside that we were at.
I want to spend a little bit of time shifting the rubble around to see if maybe these were 3 people who were buried alive in here, or maybe this collapse happened on them or behind them. So there might be remains underneath it, the rubble.
Okay, you can shift it for a little bit. It actually seems like the collapse happened before they were in here.
Okay. I get that impression. Okay. So we won't find a wagon or something of theirs.
No.
Buried under the rubble. I don't think. Okay.
There were some in the journal pages. What little bit of there was seemed to reference these people as the defenders that were stationed in the offshoot corridors. It didn't identify who the 4th person was because there's 4 hallways, but the person that wrote it could be one of these 3 or not. But it seems like from that journal there were 4 people that were stationed here, and maybe they rotated in shifts. They might work for a couple months and then change out from people above. But at some point, the collapse happened, and an indeterminate time later, these people seemed like they were forced in here to try to save themselves, blocked the entryway with what statues they could, and then died somehow. Far dead too long to tell what killed them.
And then something burrowed out of here, and that's the hole we came down.
Yep. Or something burrowed in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, is that everything we want to take care before heading to Dashi?
So these guys look how long old do they? I mean, because we were pretty much thinking they were like two category. I was anyway, two categories of ages, like not too long dead, and then like dead many years ago.
These guys are dead many years ago.
Okay, so this is just an idea. Okay, like let's say they're guarding this exit of the kaer, right? And they're like stationed here or whatever. Okay. And like things might have been trying to occasionally get into the main entrance, whatever. And then somehow it managed to dig its way into the side, into one of these open door areas. And then these defenders, trying to fight it off, whatever, maybe they end up trapped in this little entryway area and then seal themselves in. And then whatever it is that dug its way in went further into the kaer.
Now, I think there was something we read from one of their journals that said something about something coming from below.
Below.
Yeah.
Okay, so not that then. Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe it was trying to find its way out, which is what threw them, in the situation they were in. But
something could have been from below and then dug its way out. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I think we are done. Let's head out and get to a city so that we can train, so we're better prepared for these other.
We also might want to warn someone about that horror that left this place, leaving a trail of corruption behind it and animating things in its wake.
All there is corruption from the kaer, but obviously this happened years ago. It isn't like this is recent.
No. There was a recent path. Like when we were coming through the jungle.
We followed a recent path.
I didn't get Joe. Did I get that impression that like something had just like crossed the road recently, or did this happen like a while ago?
Like out in the jungle,
and the wildlife had left.
Because those creatures didn't seem like very dead. I mean, well, of course they weren't rotting either, right?
They were rotting. They were chewed upon. So the creatures outside when you found them were probably dead weeks.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's fairly recent comparatively.
Yeah, that's fairly recent. The trail did come from here. But as for timing-wise, just corruption was emanating from this place.
Okay. So, I mean, if you guys want to, like, write a letter to Throal, I guess, but whatever it is, it was weeks ago.
And without being able to track it, okay, you can warn them that something was here.
Well, tracking it I don't think is hard. I just don't think we want to track it.
It left here before we left Throal.
Yeah.
Yeah, seemed to have.
So it could be a long ways away, or it could be right nearby. And there's other dangers out there, other horrors and stuff, so it's not like warning anybody's going to help anybody.
Unless we get some more specific information about what it is or where it is, or Anyway, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, we're done. Let's.
Right.
What city do now? We have to bring up the big map so we can
Daichi.
We should probably wait a couple days to heal up before we go.
Well, yeah.
Some of us need to heal up and raise some talents before we can do training. So let's do that before we get on the road again.
But let's do it outside of here, though.
At the entrance.
It's fine. What city are we going to is the question.
Daichi is a little over a week away. Throal was 3 weeks back the other way. And then Kratos is a little under a week from Daichi. Like 4 days or so. So if you wanted to go back to Throal, you reasonably could.
Do we want to go back to Throal?
The common knowledge about Daichi and Kratos is that you can buy pretty much anything you want there, but the price is going to be higher. You can sell almost anything, but you may not get as good prices. And you may find certain things liberated from you.
Yeah, Barter Town seems like the safer option.
Yeah, especially if it's not that much further than the other cities, than the other camps, then it's probably simpler.
It will take you over a month to go to Barter Town and back. It wouldn't to go, you could get to Kratos and back within a month and still have time to spare.
Okay, so which one would be the fastest there and back?
Daichi.
And that would be how long?
It's like 8 days from here. 7-8 days.
Okay. It's not that far.
Daichi's a port city. We could always take a boat downriver or something.
Yeah, you can do that. If you wanted to explore somewhere else.
So I got work to do here, I think, but
yeah,
all right. Anyway, by the way, before we
head
off anywhere, I have just some questions. The potions, can we identify what those are, and also the coffer, the coins and gems? I'd like to be able to add those to the rest of them.
Yeah, we're going to camp for a couple of days anyways, right? So let's do that. So we'll count, we'll rest, we'll use Karma to push up stuff. That kind of thing.
Wait, also, if we go back to Barter Town, we could probably get some mounts with the money we have now and be a lot faster coming back.
True.
Yeah, there's that.
Okay. So anyway, let's identify the potions. Let's camp for the night. And
we have an obsidian, so we can't all be mounted. Sadly,
I figured the cart would be where I'd be at.
Yeah,
In which case we're moving the same speed we are right
now. I'll work on going on a diet.
No, we just need a Thundra.
Yeah. There's a couple mounts that can hold an obsidian.
Yeah. Well, it'll be expensive, but we can find you one, right? I mean, the good news is I don't need a mount. See, you could take the money you would normally pay for my mount and give you, and see, it works out perfectly.
Obsidian weigh what? 500 pounds-ish?
I think closer to 1,000.
Yeah.
If
I remember correctly.
So the cheapest thing that can carry would be an elephant.
Isn't there like a really big horse? I forget what they're called.
Gremlins can hold Throal.
Gremlins can hold 1,000 pounds.
But not much else.
Yeah.
But not much else, yeah. So a Grand Lane might be able to do it.
Dyers, elephants, and thunder beasts are the only.
There you go.
I would say as long as we have a cart, I think my mount issues are
okay.
Yeah.
You'll just be riding on the cart.
All right.
Okay. We'll just keep
the potions and the money.
The Gremlin's only 115 silver.
Yeah.
Gremlins can't hold.
Why not? They're 1,000 pounds, right? Oh, there's a specific rule?
If you go through the GM's book and like the creature entry will tell you what their suitable amounts for, and it's just Thundra, elephants, and Dyers.
How much is an elephant?
3,000.
Ooh.
Which I think we might be able to afford that, depending on how much money is in this box here. But I'm not sure an elephant is our highest priority for that. All that money.
I just imagined riding in the town with you on an elephant would be amazing. Okay, I'm just letting you know.
We could easily get a wagon.
I mean, we already got
a large wagon is 50 silver, a couple of Gremlins to pull it, and like all of us could ride in it.
Oh, you mean upgrade our wagon to something bigger? Or a little cart to a big wagon?
We have a cart, right? Upgrade it to a wagon. A large wagon is 50 silver.
That's true.
Yep, you can do that.
That'll probably be the better play.
All right, so
anyway, so
a few days here. It's probably
you want me to roll alchemy for the...
No, you know those. But I was saying you can clear your wounds and damage, and probably have raise 2 talents for those of you that were injured. I'll give you 3 if you have the legend points for it.
New day.
Does it cost any karma or anything to raise a circle, or just money?
Just training time, and you have to meet the talent requirements.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
5 of your talents have to be rank 2, and then you have to find a trainer, spend at least a week training.
Okay, so 5 has to be rank 2. I have 4 actually. Well, wait, no, wait. Yeah. I have 4 right now, so I just need 1 more. Wilderness survival. I'll do the wilderness survival. That makes more sense.
Where's that?
Okay.
And there it lets me do it.
Base rank up 1.
Oh, let me record those.
They did it for me. Probably this time.
All right, your forged weapon. I recorded. Maxim is doing animal bond.
I hit the record button, so I think it's working.
Yeah, mine worked.
Oh, you have a record button?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it should pop. It pops up in the chat that whether you wish to press here to record. So, and you record it.
Okay.
Works.
Okay, so
I might have to delete one for Kothar then.
How many?
You will.
Points do I got? Okay.
All right, the coins.
I have.
Oh, did we? You're not giving us any more points right now, right?
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I got 500 left. Yeah, and if I'm gonna be raising to circle 2, I'm gonna want at least 1 spell able to do it. Oh, I forget. I'm gonna need pattern craft.
I could also push my claw shape up to 3, right? It's not a problem to do something like that. Right,
there's no cap on how high you can go, just the legend points you have to spend it.
Okay.
To go from 2 to 3 would cost you 300 more.
Okay.
Which I have more than enough for that. All right. I think I will do that.
All right, so there's the coinage that was in the coffer and the gems.
I'll just need the forged weapon one credited back.
Okay, let me do that.
There we go.
I think water's worth 100 gold, right? Yeah,
no, it didn't. Melee weapons, 200 forged weapon.
Oh, why did it put it like on a... Oh, I see what it did. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I charge you an extra 200.
Yep.
All right. So you should have 300.
Yep.
And now you have 300. Okay. And for today, go ahead and add another 400.
Huh.
So you can do something with that if you wish.
What are we going to call this one? Let's see. We need a cool name. The snake in a basket.
The full octagon.
The full octagon. Because we did the whole thing. I like it. We'll call it the full octagon.
Round we go.
All right. So you have, right? Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Whoops.
What? Whoops.
Oh, I put the 400 in the wrong spot.
Oh.
You should be able to just delete it and manually fix.
And the large ornate ring that we found, do you want to include that with the gems, or is that something else?
No, because looking astrally, you can tell that there's something about it.
Alrighty then. Okay. Well, assuming we can sell these gems for listed prices and exchange all of these different kinds of coins we've got, then we've got 3,317 silver of loot out of here.
In Daichi or Kratos, the gems are not going to be full value.
Okay.
Yeah, but we also I don't think we're in any rush to sell those.
Yeah. Money is money, but the gems are slightly different. Okay, so we have. What is your identify item history? That's what I'm looking for. I get to it eventually.
Oh, we have the boots too, right? We have to identify those too.
Yep.
Lots of item history to do.
So what is Kothar's item history at?
Step 9?
No, rank.
3.
Okay, so you can now get up to rank 3 on certain items, and you've had access to the sword for the whole time. I think that was the only one that you can do now. One more time.
We got just a couple days ago.
Yeah, the other ones you'll have for a week now by the time you get to Daichi, so I'll give you each a roll on those. But the sword you may make an additional roll. Because you had it up to the 2nd thread rank, and you have to actually unlock the 3rd rank even though there is no knowledge before he can weave to the 3rd rank.
I'm tempted to put my unarmed combat at 4. I have the points for it.
Okay, that was not enough for that.
Nope.
Now, you have plate armor, a seed, a wand, a small metal sphere, boots, and a ring. I don't think I missed anything else.
That sounds about right. So you get
the sphere. The sphere isn't like inherently magical, is it?
Yes, it is. The symbols don't mean anything. They're just random symbols on it.
So it's not a grimoire. Unless it would be like a... No, probably
Unless
not.
it's an illusionist grimoire. They do it just to mess with you.
Yeah. I don't know what it could be. Maybe it's how they found the place. I don't know. Oh, wait, these are the defenders.
So you can choose
what do you want
which you want to roll for and roll in that order.
What do you want to do first?
The ring?
And I'll list it here.
Sure, do the ring.
I'd be willing to bet it's a matrix item.
All right, you're going to do the ring first. Go ahead and roll item history.
Oh, not bad.
That is enough to beat its mystic defense. It is a spell matrix object.
Shocker.
And its name...
Clean it up and investigate it carefully. Look at it from different colors of light. That sort of thing.
Its name is engraved on the inside. You learn that you have to learn that. After that point, you don't have to unlock anything more for spell matrix objects. It is a standard matrix object. All right. What do you wish to roll for next?
Anything else?
Maybe the boots. I'm curious about them. Sorry. I'm sorry. Boots it is. Yes. Oh.
All right. You don't get anything on the boots.
I'm sorry. I'll let you choose this time.
Spear or the sword?
Oh, try the sphere. Who knows what it is? We're all curious what that thing is.
That's true.
You don't succeed on the sphere.
All right. Sword next.
All right. The sword you succeed on. Where is it? Oh, wait, the sword rank 3 you do have. Okay, that has an item. You learn that for the sword... the difficulty doesn't go up for what you've unlocked, right?
No, it's just always the mystic defense.
One success gets you the next thing in line?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. So... you learned for rank 1, you had to learn the name of the sword. For rank 3, the owner must learn the name of the creator of the sword. And for unlocking that rank, they get +1 rank to Wind Catcher talent.
That's useful. One rank in that is real good. It's a parachute. It's parachute, basically. For every rank in that, you can survive a 100-yard fall without any damage.
Oh, fancy.
And also, you can control your descent somewhat, choose where you land. It's for Sky Raider paratroops.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So what's next?
You got the armor.
Yeah, you got the wand, the seed, and the armor.
Is that the armor he's actually wearing right now?
Yes.
Oh, maybe you should do the armor to find out what he's wearing.
Armor it is.
Oh, I don't think 10 does it.
Ooh.
Is the armor I'm wearing also a threat item?
That's what he just did.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the blood pebble, but no, it's just blood pebble.
All right, you got the seed and the wand.
Let's go in order. Seed first. Nope.
Nope.
Yes, the wand.
And the wand.
Oh, there you go.
All right, it is a thread wand. I think.
You think?
Oh, I have it here. You did rank 1. Oh no.
Wait, didn't we already get something on the wand?
You didn't get anything on the wand. It just had the name engraved on it. You actually have to learn that. So it's got a. You learn. What did you get? Ooh. No, you failed on the wand.
No. Okay. One is tough. Maybe you need to boost that one up too to a 4.
Now, with item history, you can hire people to do research for you.
Yeah, but probably not in the city we're going to. So.
Yeah, we're headed to Bartertown, right?
People that do that type of. Yeah, you guys were going to go back there and get mounts, come back.
That's right.
But even in Kratos, people that do research like that, they may charge you more, but they're not going to rob you because word gets around and then nobody would come,
And someone breaks their kneecaps and takes their stuff later.
Yeah.
Well, I have a feeling you wouldn't trust that person with a really legendary item, right? I bet word might get out if it was incredibly special, but
reputation is only worth so much.
Yeah. All right, so you can go back to Throal. Finding as members of his expeditionary force, you can find trainers easily. In fact, they'll give you a slight discount. Each person only has to pay 150 silver.
Ooh.
Okay.
Fancy.
Okay, that's all coming out of the party fund we got here. I'm assuming I'm just gonna pull this for 6 people.
Yeah, just pull it for everybody. Mm-hmm.
Okay. 900. Okay.
We'll spend a week studying the arcane mysteries.
Yeah, you guys spend a week. Kothar, you find a dwarf weaponsmith who goes through, he wants you to show him what you've learned. So he takes you out to the forge and you have to spend time doing that and making a cheap something or other, right? It's not inconsequential. He's telling you, picture your end result, work towards the end goal, no distraction,
Now do it blindfold.
Yep.
Now craft a blindfold while blindfolded.
And for Kinsey, you find a beast master, and their whole thing is making you study different animals They kind of take you outside of Bartertown, and you're not very close to a jungle or whatever, but there is that guy outside inside Bartertown that has animals, and he takes you there and he wants you to start studying and mimicking, mimic the way the Hatawa walks and stalks its prey, and certain things like that. And you have to spend some time.
Now do it blindfolded.
Yes. That's fine. I got this. I could do it blindfolded with my hands tied behind my back. It's fine.
But yeah, the trainers here, since you're only first circle, they're not going into super detail, and they are also members of the Eye. So they're not being hostile with you as some might, or demanding extra, being really strict and stuff.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
There are a few knacks that are available at low ranks. Mostly spellcasting, I think.
Yeah, I think the earliest ones are like rank 3 or 4 on thread weaving and stuff.
Aren't those in like the companion?
Yeah. I'm looking for Nethermancer knacks if you're interested.
I don't know. I didn't even look at it actually.
Because
there's some very helpful ones that basically let you inflict a minor debuff or minor buff every time you're using thread weaving. Like, so on those turns where you're not actually casting any spells, you do something else.
Yeah, so Astral Strain. You make a spellcasting test against a target's Mystic defense. If successful, they have -2 until the end of the next round.
-2 to Mystic defense? Okay.
And it's a simple action if you are also weaving a thread that turn. But they start on page 105.
Requirements rank 2. Boss's Strain.
Does he also have to learn do spellcasting blindfolded? He should.
Yep.
No. I need to read my grimoire.
The real hard training for hack is he has to read it. He has to read his grimoire in broad daylight. That's just the worst.
If you have rank 3 and once you go to circle 3, bleed is a good one. You can temporarily lower their wound threshold.
That's
yeah, but I gotta wait a little bit too late to go for that. I'm gonna have to raise. Well, I could theoretically raise my spellcasting. Oh,
your circle has to be 3 too.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
So to increase the circle, we just do the push the circle up thing, and that's it, right? On this?
Should be, yeah.
Okay.
If we had the time, I actually have enough karma to go to circle 3 if we had the money.
And then recoup the silver, because it's also charging you silver.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Assuming you have any in the silver spot.
Oh, you can just change the silver to post to 0.
Yeah.
Oh, I now have a negative in my silver spot. So yeah, no, I didn't actually have anything.
Yeah, so you can manually go up there and just retype it.
Well, is this about recouping something? What?
If you hit when you increase your circle, the record function will take off 200 silver for you. I think because this was built for the West Marches game where they have like all those kinds of things. Standardized.
Yeah, it's the standard price for it, and it deducts it, so you just got to manually change it.
So I should add 200 silver before I do it.
Yeah, or do that.
That would be nice. How do I add silver?
You can change the number in the box, or you can go to the place where you record your legend points and change it to silver.
And just add 200 silver. Okay.
It's probably easier just to change the number in the box.
Gotcha.
Yep, he took it away.
If you have the talents to go to Circle 3, and you want to spend an additional week here, you can. Now,
I'm going to need more legend points for that, I think.
Yeah.
For Circle 3, we need
5 at 3.
5
6.
at 3, right?
You need 6 at 3.
6 at
6 at 3, and one of them needs to be from second.
Yes.
Right.
So.
Oh, that's trickier.
Now we go through who's choosing what.
Oh wait, yeah. I gotta bring up the stupid list now. Hold on, where is it at? I should have popped it up earlier. I almost forgot.
So as a Beastmaster, it will automatically add 1 to your defense, physical defense, that you get for going to second circle. You now have access to the discipline talent awareness, and you can choose an additional option. Maxim automatically also gets a +1 to physical defense, access to animal training,
and another option.
Hack gets +1 to his mystical defense, Steel Thought, and an option. And Kothar, you get +1 to your mystical defense, access to conversation, and an option. So, who's choosing what options, if you know already?
It's definitely not going to be conversation for me.
That shouldn't even be an option for you, because you get it as a discipline talent.
Oh, you just get that just for going to second?
You get access to it. You still have to raise it, spend points to raise it, but you get access to it.
You can, if you want, just completely ignore it, but you have access to spending legend points on that talent.
Yep.
Disarm Trap is an option you have that, I don't know, might come in handy for unknown reasons.
Well, it's either that or Danger Sense, but, you know.
Yeah. I mean, also we could just use Plate Mail. Plate Mail has worked pretty well so far.
Well, you know, Danger Sense is good for when Disarm Trap fails.
True.
I actually don't know because I chose the ones initially that I liked, and after that I didn't know what else.
Avoid Blow is good as a second chance to try to dodge an attack. Danger Sense helps with trap initiative, and it also helps in the case of being ambushed. You have a chance to act and not be surprised. Disarm Trap is kind of obvious. Fire Blood is...
It's like a second wind effect. You can heal during combat with that.
Yeah. You spend a recovery, you roll Fire Blood, and you regain that much damage.
And it has the weird requirement of you can only do it during combat.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a standard action to use. But you can also spend karma on it because it's a talent, and so yeah.
First Impression is good if you want to do the social thing. When you're meeting a group of people, you can improve their opinion of you. Haggle is good for when you are buying and selling things. Read and write language. For every rank you put into read and write language, you can choose a language that you can then read and write, or you can save it for when you come across some text, and after studying the text for a few minutes, you can learn to read and write that.
Yep, the talent versions of read and write language and speak language just let you wait until you find something you don't understand and learn it. It is
Shield
helpful.
Bash lets you, instead of doing damage on an attack, if you have a shield, you do Shield Bash, and then the damage you inflict becomes a knockdown test resistance instead of the difference between their wound threshold and the damage you dealt. So it's a little better chance to knock somebody down, but you don't do damage to them.
Actually, that's not quite right. You can always attack to knockdown with any weapon. What Shield Bash lets you do is it kind of lets you do attacks to knockdown that also deal damage. Not as much as a weapon would, because you're only using a Shield Bash instead of... You don't get to put in your weapon's damage step. But it does damage and also forces a knockdown test.
Okay.
It's very good up until the point where your weapons are forged higher than your rank in Shield Bash, at which point its damage is just not very impressive anymore. I had a character very heavily focused on that.
Oh,
once.
yes. Okay.
Are we gonna... Do we have to pay the... We got magic items and stuff, right? Do we want to turn in the information we know in the journal and everything and give the owed magic items? I don't know. What do we owe, right? What do we owe?
Since this one was your personal one, you can try to keep something. But in general, they kind of want at least one thing when you come back.
Give them the seed.
Or you can actually identify stuff, because having stuff on your person also helps you do your missions too. So,
They don't want to take everything.
Right.
And, the more stuff they take, the more likely people are just going to lie when they get back. So,
yeah.
Or not come back.
Okay. And you can also have stuff identify, see if you can find out more info before you turn stuff into.
So I have to manually add awareness in it, and then because I get awareness automatically, right?
Yes, I will. If you just add a talent, click a new talent box.
Yeah, I got it, and I put awareness. Is that all you want me to do, or does it?
You don't even have to type awareness.
Oh, I just add the thing, talent box? Okay.
Because...
Oh, will it auto-load it?
Yep. Alright, talent box... Alright, so I added a talent box. Don't type anything, don't do anything.
Okay, I'm not typing anything.
I added that little box down at the bottom, I am pasting it from the PDF.
Okay.
And then boom, it's all filled in.
Oh, you added a second. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When you do the add box,
mm-hmm.
There's that little box that says manual after the text. If you have the PDF copy or whatever, type into this box. And then you minimized it.
Okay.
Oh, the top one.
Yeah, that's how I was like.
It goes away eventually if you do something to it. But there's a box that's right above the big description box, and if you paste the talent description from the PDF into that little box, it auto fills everything, except for karma.
Oh, whether it takes karma. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
You need to change it to ask.
Ask. Okay. Target. Yeah. None. Okay. Yeah. These are good.
And then when you go and spend legend points on it, you raise the base rank, and just like everything else.
It starts at 0?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't actually learn any points in it until you spend legend points to learn it.
Okay. And
you are just now taught in the ways of learning perception.
Can I get one more? Is that how it works?
Yes, one of your talent options.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think I will go with Disarm Trap. I've already got a high enough awareness that to kind of partner with it. I've also got a decent enough physical defense too that if it does go off in my face, it shouldn't hurt too much.
Like,
yeah, this was the decision of going like in the animal direction or not. Although there are certain things that would still kind of work. Okay.
All right. Conversation and Disarm Trap are added to Kothar.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'll end up ranking up Disarm Trap a little bit.
So yeah, to go to Circle 3, you need 6 talents at rank 3, but one of them has to be from the 2 you are learning this circle.
At rank 3, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
So for me, that'd be Disarm Trap or Conversation.
Yes. One of the 6 has to be one of those 2 talents, and then the other 5 can be from any of them.
Okay, Disarm Trap was a good choice then. I have a feeling I'm going to raise that quite a bit.
I think I'll go ahead and take First Impression. Let's plan on doing some social things at some point.
I didn't think being upset man weaponsmith social was not really my thing. I'm more of freaking hammers at people to make them leave me alone.
All right.
I gotta find out. I gotta be able to buy some spells here while I'm here, I think.
All right. Also, we should probably. All right. First things first. Do we want to get like a larger cart and some gremlins or something?
Gremlins are rare. Why don't we just get some horses?
I mean, we already got 2 Hatawas.
Yeah, but they're not good for like a wagon, I think.
Are those good enough to?
I was just reading the description of a wagon, and it's like Hatawas were not like.
Oops.
So much scrolling. Okay.
So I could do something like animal bonding, which is an interesting one. Just makes things nice makes animals nicer.
Okay.
Or I could do tracking, because I don't think anybody has tracking anyways, right?
Nope.
Which could
I think someone might have it as a skill, but
the talent is better.
The talent is always better.
Hatawas help pull caravan wagons.
No, so that should be enough.
Yeah, you have a couple Hatawas pulling your cart.
Yeah, so
they should be able to pull a wagon, right?
I mean, it'll be slower because it's a big old wagon, but
yeah, we need more to go faster. Yeah, like 4.
Okay. So a large cart is like 40 silver. Another pair of Hatawas will be. That is.
I think I'll do tracking. I like to I think it would be useful in certain respects, especially out in the wilderness and stuff that we've been doing. and more her style.
And unlike the skill tracking, with the talent, if you succeed and you find some tracks and you succeed, you actually get like a little glowing marker following their stuff.
Right, yeah. I remember you describing it. All right, so put that to ask. Okay, cool. All right. Cool. Now we have a professional tracker. Okay. And then I need to put some points into it to boost it, right?
Yes. You have time to while you're out here. Did you decide on an talent option for hack?
I'll talk to you in a second about that.
Okay.
So Thomas got a carrying capacity at 520. Would that be an issue with like only 4 of them? Or are we going to need more for a wagon?
I mean, that's as much as a draft horse.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 should be okay.
Okay.
As long as the wagon isn't overloaded. You know, it could pull some stuff and Kosar.
Let's get 1 spare that can be ridden with like bridle and saddle and stuff, just in case. It can also be swapped out.
Yeah. What would the Throal date be, roughly?
Hold on.
So they're only 95, so 3 of them would be
285.
Yeah.
All right.
And then the wagon would be another 40, you said?
Yep, I'm doing the accountant over here.
Oh, it says 50. 50 silver for a large wagon.
Oh, wagon large, 50. That's part large.
Yeah.
Took you 3 weeks to get there and a week to train.
So about how much money would that leave left over for each individual?
I'm running the numbers. Can we assume that we get full value for all the gems here?
In Bartertown, go with 85%.
85% multiplier. Okay, I'll check that in a minute.
I mean, I know we're going to probably want to buy like healing supplies and stuff like that, but I want to have a general idea of how many spells I can get while I'm here before I like buy extra talents. Because then, you can either get like a spell matrix talent and then slot another spell in it, or I can get another talent that might be useful in another way. So I'm sort of like kind of wondering what my options are. That's why.
You can round up on the odd. 553.
Yeah. So what was the date again? I have to put it in here so it doesn't mess me up.
Plus
285. At this time, it is 1513-2-20. I should have did that before you guys leveled up.
That's fine. All right, there we go.
And there's no issues exchanging an air coin for lesser denominations, right?
No.
Okay.
Probably not in Throal. In like a normal town, maybe?
And let me just...
Bartertown, not problem though, probably. Again, I mean, it's like, that's where all the silver comes from anyway. Like the main road is like the silver road, isn't it?
Let's see, about how much would it cost to get like digging equipment, a couple of pickaxes and shovels and that kind of thing?
Let me see. What tools are on here? Go with... Let's see, sculpting tools are 30. Yeah, 30%.
Like per person we want digging at a time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in terms of people who can handle digging, we got Kothar, Arca, me, what am I forgetting about? Cornelius might be able to handle it. Let's just get 2 sets. That seems to be about the number of people we have with strength scores any given week.
And 2 sets is 2 people is probably the most in a focused area at a time anyway.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. All right, 60 silver for digging. I'm gonna bring us up to 2 months of supplies for us and the animals, so that we won't need to worry about that for a good long while. All right, okay. After buying all the tardy supplies and everything we should need for a while, that leaves us 935 silver to split up between everyone, which 6 shares, let's call it 155 each. So,
well, if he needs spells and stuff, then I don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can leave mine in the party pool.
Yeah, I have no reason for extra stuff because we would need to buy some more healing stuff too. So whatever's left over.
We're actually doing pretty well on healing. Got 6 booster potions, 4 healing potions, a last chance salve, and a salve.
We had those potions that we got from that last thing that we found, right?
Actually, we're pretty stacked on healing items. I mean, we'll run out eventually, but we got a lot.
And I have the blood pebbles, so it's not like I'm in the need for armor or personal equipment. Unless I need certain equipment to do my weaponsmithing stuff.
All right. I mean, I think we can pretty easily say that Pack, if you want like 500 silver or something like that to get your spells, then.
Okay, I'm just trying to find out how to buy them now. That's what I'm looking up right now. I have to also spend life points to learn them.
Yes.
But
buying them is, depending on who you go to, in Throal, maybe 50 silver per circle.
Okay.
Okay. A few other things. I'm just going to go ahead and compile a list real quick of like other stuff I have in this list that we probably don't want to do anything other than sell.
3.
Kothar, you may make another attempt at item history for those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. Because on a failure, you got to wait a little bit of time before you can start again. And then while you're in town, if you wish to hire somebody to study them, you can, but you can roll first.
We have to do some research on the that thing that we found.
Okay.
The glyph thing.
Yep.
Okay, guys, this is going to be a group decision for this because I don't know how useful either spell will be. Okay, I got 2 options that I'm interested in for second circle spells, and that I want to acquire. One of them is Night's Edge, which is a weapon buffing spell. It adds a D4 extra damage in cold and reduces mystical defense by 2 when you hit with it. So it's a minor buff. And then the other one is Shadow's Whisper, which tactically is very useful because when I cast it on somebody, I can hear anything they say if they say it near a shadow. up to like 100 yards away. Up to like 100 yards away. So if you got like a scout or something, somebody was looking ahead or something like that, all they have to do is whisper something and I can hear it.
Towards a shadow of some sort.
They don't even have to do it towards the shadow.
Okay. They just have to be near a shadow.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Even
including their own.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
And that lasts for like rank plus 5 minutes. So like 8 minutes now.
That's a fascinating one.
I can increase the duration by another 2, so 10. But yeah. So that's tactically useful. And the other one, like I said, is a minor buff. And then I already have a second circle spell that'll be a personal use spell. So, but those are 2 that I could use for the party.
Can you afford for both or no? Is that the problem? You can't afford both.
Oh, in terms of the legend point costs, I could afford it.
Okay.
The two circle spells would cost 200 each for me to learn.
In terms of legend points and 100 silver each.
Yeah, 100 silver each.
We could. Why don't you just get them both? I don't have a problem with that going into using the gold for getting them both.
Okay, I'm not going to learn them both right away, but I will get them. Wait, I have to, don't I? If I'm buying them right, I have to learn them right away. Joe?
Yeah.
Is it like training basically?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll buy them. Okay, I can afford it for.
Otherwise, you got to get like a detached grimoire or whatever and take it with you, and then try to study it when you want to try to learn it.
Okay, so then in that case, I think as my optional one, I'm going to get a spell matrix.
Those are always very nice to have for spellcasters.
Yeah, and if we decide to keep the ring and I use the ring, that's a 4th matrix. So that's really useful.
Yeah,
I have a bunch of options that are really nice that I'm really kind of torn between. But if I'm going to get some more spells for utility purposes, I should want them handy.
For the people that have played this game far more than I have, is there anything else? Anything you suggest for Kothar?
Let's see. Yeah, the main thing to like spend.
Haggle? You get Haggle?
I think disarm trap might be more useful for the party right now, but Haggle would be nice.
I mean, anytime I can not use anything based around charisma would probably be the best option.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Okay, so let's see. Other things to like spend money on when you're in town tend to be like forging your equipment, although that can be very expensive. And also, when you have a weaponsmith, you don't necessarily want to spend money on that. Forging armor we might want to do just because you won't get that until 5th circle.
Mm-hmm.
But that is real expensive right now to do. I think it's like 250 silver minimum to even get an attempt on it. But yeah, you've got blood pebble armor. You've got a weapon that works. We've got plenty of healing items. I think we got some blood charms and spread those around. I don't know if Kothar was there when we got the blood charms. So you might want to buy a blood charm.
I was there, but I think I declined at the time, or somebody else took
yeah,
or something.
I have one, I believe.
I've got an absorb blow implanted. But yeah, blood charms are something you can get a lot of mileage out of, depending on.
Yep. If you have the health for it.
Oh, Joe, real quick, I've got these are a few things that I have like listed that we looted from various places that we
the
probably
plate
just want to sell.
Yeah, we could get rid of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe give it to the person that's helping train Kothar. He might have a use for it.
I don't know like what price we're getting. I just listed the prices, the book prices for those things. You can tell me how much these are.
All right. Does anybody? Because the plate mail was damaged and dinged up. So who wants to make a haggle roll?
untrained haggle? Is that what's?
Can't it be rolled as a default skill?
Like,
I mean, we probably can. I'm just, I don't think anyone has it, so it would be untrained whoever's doing it. So just be a charisma check. I mean, I've got step 6 charisma. So yeah, sure. I guess I'll do that. Oh.
All right, so let's see. You have to. All right, you're trying to make it against his social defense. If successful.
You don't need to read the if successful part. That's not going to be necessary today.
And there's no.
In theory, I think he can also roll like his against my social defense at the same time. But yeah.
All right, he'll offer you 800 for the plate mail.
Nice.
The personal effects weren't from the ghouls; they were from the dead adepts.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember exactly what those were. I just had that listed in my...
Yeah, it was just personal effects because the dead orc illusionists, none of them had badges or anything like that, but they had personal effects. So if you wanted to try to track down who they might have been...
Right. That wasn't for loot, that was for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm taking 400 from the party funds for the 2 spells, 100...
It's 200,
each,
right?
200
each?
Yeah. 200, right? Yeah. How much is the individual share at that point? Does it change? Because I would also like some first circle spells for myself.
What did I just do? Sorry, I just need to rerun some calculations because I forgot to write down a conclusion.
Okay, take your
this. Yeah.
Oh, you said Kothar can roll on those items again, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead and do that so that we can get something useful out of those.
Does anybody have a preference on like the 3 karma, whatever that I got, or I guess more karma now? But any preference on which ones?
You should have 6 karma now, and you can do 1 on each of them.
Oh, well, there you go. Never mind.
Oh yeah.
Problem
the
solved.
karma doubled. Oh my gosh.
So make sure you hit new day, so it'll refresh your karma.
I have 12 karma now. Oh, I'm gonna be spamming my karma so much. I'm excited.
Well, I kind of wish I had 12, but I'll take 6. I'm tired of 3.
All right. So you still had.
All right.
Those 5. Let me know which order you wish to roll in.
Just go right down the line.
Okay.
Sure. You said 400 on spells?
900.
I'm going to be spending. It's going to be 200 for the group spells. The second circle spells that are optional for party. Yeah.
Okay, so wait, 200 or 400 out of the group fund for this?
Yeah. 200 total. 100 each.
200 total. Okay.
How much did you want to spend for your other stuff?
150 if I can get it, but if it's not a personal thing, I can get down 100 for myself.
The individual share is down to 122.5 right now. Although, we still need the.
We just put in like 800 and for the plate mail, right?
You got 900 total for that.
Yeah, 900 just for the plate mail. So you have more than enough. Yes, get your.
Okay, so now I just got to somehow copy all this stuff out of a PDF that doesn't let me copy.
272.5 per person.
Okay.
If you need it, I can copy it afterwards.
Okay. I'll wait.
Yeah, his works pretty well. So, all right, go ahead and do your rolls, Kothar. Let's find out what these do.
For the plate.
All right. Roll number 1. No.
No. For the seed.
No.
You are having an issue today.
For the wand.
Yes.
Oh. Is that enough?
Wand, you finally... Yes, okay. So you get... has 2 threads. It's a novice tier item. And for thread rank 1, you have to learn the name of the wand, which you know. And you gain +1 rank to spellcasting.
Oh.
All right. Next is
The sphere.
the sphere.
No.
You just what is up with your ones?
Nope.
Maybe you should refresh your page before you roll again here.
Well, no, this is about normal for me. This is about the appropriate normal.
Terrible.
And the boots.
You should see me when I actually roll dice. I'm usually not allowed to.
All right, do the boots. Come on. Oh, there we go.
I think that's what I got last time for the boots.
No, I think you did. No, I think you rolled a 1 on the boots last time.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Probably did.
You know what? You missed it by 1, but I'll give it to you.
Oh, thank you.
This is a journeyman tier item. Can have 2 threads. Doesn't look like there's any deeds attached to it. And thread rank 1, the key knowledge is you must learn the name of the boots. And upon doing so, you get +2 to movement rate.
Oh. Fancy.
How much did you say was a silver that was split up for the rest of us?
272.5.
Okay.
I have 5 copper. Okay, I'm going to sort out this pile of stuff I've got.
All right, and now we have things to research, right? So we have the glyph thing that we found with the statue that we wanted to do more research on and see if we could figure out what that was.
Now you have...
Other things to research. I've got the personal effects of the adepts who died in there. Might be able to figure out who they were. And figuring out who they were might make investigating all these items a lot easier.
True.
We also have a dagger that was forged. I think we were hoping we could, I don't know, if there's like a mark of whoever forged it on there. I think we might be able to figure something out, but I don't know about that.
I do have the research skill if that helps.
I also have a research skill. See?
Yeah, the research skill works. You have to pay 20 silver per person to get access to the library.
Okay, easy enough. Did you leave any more in the party fund after that, or is this like everything's out?
I emptied out the party fund.
Just checking.
Yeah, I assume if funds to research things should probably just come from whoever's item it is.
Did we work on like our supplies and everything for the trip.
Yeah. I did all that first. We've got a bigger wagon. We've got 5 Hatalis, and we got 2 months worth of supplies.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
So if you want to hire a sage to perhaps the items that you now need to learn the name of, you may hire a sage, or you can try to research them.
How much is a sage?
Depends on what you want them to do, but anywhere from 15 to 100 silver.
Oh, that's not unreasonable, actually.
Also, if anyone wants a light quartz, they are now going for 10 silver apiece, as that is the cost of refreshing the enchantment on the 6 burned out light quartz we have.
I think a sage actually would be helpful for at least for the item names and stuff that we're looking at. Like that would be useful for them, right? That would be useful a useful amount of money here, and we can all just take 20 out of our monies for that one, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Since we don't know who's actually going to get the items because we don't know how good they are. Well, actually, the boots. Now that we have an idea of what they do, who wants them? Actually, is the question.
Not me.
No.
Increasing my movement rate is not useful.
They increase movement rate. They increase movement.
Yep.
I do, but
the first ranking improves movement.
Can Kothar even?
Oh, further ranks might do things like silent movement or boost your
all he got was
avoid
the first
blow
rank.
or something.
Okay. Yeah, he just got the first rank so far.
Obsidian are slow. They might be a pretty good item to put on the Obsidian.
Yeah,
true.
It is a very good one. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you want him, Kothar?
A fast Obsidian is pretty scary.
If you want to hire somebody to research the things that you failed on, you may do that too, but that'll probably be 100 silver per item.
Oof.
I think we could probably keep trying at those ones, I think.
Yeah, the only things that what we need are the name of certain ones, right? That's what we need to find out.
You need to learn the name of the boots. You know the name of the wand because it's engraved on there.
Correct. Yes.
And you know the name of the ring because it's also on the inside.
All right.
Actually,
So really, the boots is the only one that we need to do that.
So I think what we should do here is we should go through the personal effects of the adepts that died in there that we got most of these items off of, and then we should get access to the library, see if we can find their journals, and if we can find that, then it should be easy to find like all the information we need on all these items because they had all these items. So if we can find any journals that they turned in, then we can hopefully get all that information together.
Probably, but would their journals be here if they were in another kaer?
No.
If they originated in Throal, maybe before they left and got there, but if they were in that kaer and died in that kaer and never left,
probably not. We would need to find the library in that kaer, but we did not find that yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I mean, theoretically, if you wanted to push this to the extreme, you could find references to like who might have made the item and who his master was, and then the sort of names that they use. I mean, theoretically, you could sort of like obtusely research things. The restriction on finding the information to unlock the item, if Joe wants to take it to as far as you can, we can find items we'll never know. But I don't think he wants to do that.
No.
So
now,
let's just
the sword,
do the steps.
You know the name of the sword, and you might be able to find out more info or at least a direction for that.
What we needed to know the name of the creator next.
The creator now, yes.
That's what we need to find out. So that one we could do.
But
that one might be easier.
Where it was made, which might help you then go find the creator or something.
Cornelius took obfuscation, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, that was still on my sheet somewhere, so I'm just weeding that out.
Okay. All right. So here's the question: what do you think since me and Kothar both have research? What's your research at actually?
Rank 2, step 8.
Yep. Okay, mine's exactly the same. Okay. then what should we try to do that would be cheaper than hiring the person?
I will let you team up on it.
Ooh,
and with both of you on there, I will actually let one person have a +2 step to their rank for the roll. So somebody can roll step 10.
I nominate you.
Fair enough. All right. Okay, so why don't we do the glyph first? Because I don't think we need the sage for that, do we?
A sage can help, and a sage might be able to do it better. But need, no.
Yeah, let's do the glyph first. And to see if we can figure out the glyph. And since we know it's the maker or whatever, the builder, is that what it was?
Well, that was the statue, yes.
Yeah, so at least we have maybe a reference that might help us sort of look in that general direction, assuming the statue is related. If it's not, it's not. But, it's probably where I would start, So, all right. So I'll roll on that. Modification, you said, so increase it by 2, right? Or
yes.
Is that what it's going to do? Okay. Oh my gosh, your one curse is cursing me now. At least I rolled a 5 on the other one, but geez.
Okay. The glyph itself is general knowledge. It is a warding glyph. If you activate it, you take damage. Unfortunately, you don't know how to deactivate it or get past it. Dispel magic might work temporarily if anybody has it.
Okay.
Let's see, what's the time on this? Doesn't say, so just generalized. Okay. What next?
What do you think? Maybe more information on the builder and any sort of stuff? I mean, it's just a warding glyph, so clearly it's not related to, so I don't know if that's going to help any at all.
The Passion Up and All is general knowledge. Everybody knows a little bit about them.
Oh, okay. So it's pretty easy is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really something you have to research to find information about the Passion.
Okay.
They sometimes show up when people are building a great structure. Sometimes the Passion himself will show up and start helping. Questers can often help build defenses really quickly and stuff like that. And
so this just could be a sign that maybe they had that one showed up or something of that nature.
Or since that area was put in later, maybe they brought that statue up into the area to show respect while they were digging out the upper level there.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, all right. What else do we got? We could do the sword ourselves if we wanted to, and see if we can't find where the sword was made and stuff. Now that we have the name of the sword, so we can start looking it up and getting some idea of what it is.
You have the name of the sword. It's a troll sword. There's probably some markings on it that at least indicate, if not who exactly made it,
right?
Something like
some
that.
Direction, right? A direction. Okay, all right. So I'll check on that. Let's see if we can get better on this one. Okay, a 10. There we go. Not too shabby.
A 10. That's actually very good. The troll, the sword itself was made. It has some tribal markings on it for one of the troll moots in the. Where are they? In the Twilight Peaks? No. Yeah.
They're everywhere else. Every mountain actually has some.
Yeah.
But you're right. There's a lot in there.
It's a tribe of crystal raiders from the Twilight Peaks.
Yeah. There's actually like a land-bound Throal moot in up near Bloodwood, I think. If I remember correctly.
So if there's a creator, we might, if we would travel in that general direction, we might figure it out.
Yeah, or the closer you get to it, you might be able to show it to people, and
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So like a place like Kratos, which is not as far, might actually have information on it, stuff like that, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. What else do we got?
Name for the boots.
Maybe that might be tricky, but sure. Let's see if I can research the name of the boots. Nine.
You learned the name of the boots.
Woo!
You actually do find something in there, and let me... All right. These boots are named Rose Stalker.
It's the name of the boots? Rose Stalker?
Rose Stalker.
There you go. There's your boots there, Kothar. Got some fancy boots for you.
For stalking roses.
Yes, exactly.
And let's see.
I'm guessing does Hack want the wand? I'm assuming Hack can have the wand.
Cornelius had the wand.
Cornelius had the wand. Okay.
And Hack had the ornate ring.
Yeah,
I could use the ring definitely, especially the spells I'm getting.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead and take the ring, and that leaves the weird seed,
which we still haven't figured anything out of yet,
and the metal ball.
Yeah, which we haven't figured anything out of.
And the plate armor.
Yes.
And the plate armor, which we haven't figured anything out about, but I'm not sure we really need to. It's doing its job just fine.
That's it. You find out later it's slowly bleeding your life force 1 year at a time. It's fine.
And let's see. I think Kinsey is the only person who hasn't gotten a thread item yet.
Yeah. I'm a little bit trickier to find things for me, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe the weird sphere will be cool. Or the seed.
I think the sphere. I think we're supposed to turn in something to the expeditionary force, right?
Oh, true. Yeah, we do.
So we want to give you one of these. Give one of these to them. I'm not sure which is which. We have no idea what they do.
Yeah. Is there enough time for him to roll one more time on those two?
Not as of circling up.
Okay.
I mean, it was a 2-week trip back to Bartertown, right?
Yep. On a failure, you gotta wait a week before you can start again.
Okay.
And then on the second failure, you gotta wait even longer before you can start again.
Right, so we could wait longer, but that would mean a delay before setting it again.
Or you can hire somebody to try once.
Well, it would take them a week too, wouldn't it?
It would take them a week, yes, but it's going to take Kothar 2 weeks before he can start trying again.
Right, okay.
Oh, Joe, I put the spells I got at the end of my record.
All right.
So what do we want to give them? The sphere or the
I mean, I think it's really up to you. What do you want?
How big is the sphere?
I think the sphere is going to be important.
The fern is probably going to be something like fern weave armor. Or shield, something like that.
Wait, what fern?
The seed. The seed for some type of fern.
So yeah, it's probably like, I don't know, some special kind of armor.
So it's probably some type of armor or shield, and we have no idea what the sphere is.
The seed is? The seed might be an armor.
Yeah.
The seed is probably an armor or shield, yeah.
Fern desk, like what I'm wearing.
Is that normal? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfectly normal thing to just like have armor made out of plants that require that you water on a regular basis. This is Earthdawn, apparently.
So like you water it and it turns into armor? Like I'm confused how this works.
It's woven out of plants. Like I'm wearing a suit of plant armor, and I have a plant shield. Fern desk, right? Does
it turn into a seed, or did it start as a seed?
I don't know. Maybe if it's like a magical armor, maybe after a while it retreats into a seed form.
I think there's something like that.
See, you shouldn't have told me that. Now I'm really confused. Now I don't know which one to give. I was going to give up the seed, but now that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it is good. Fern desk armor is not that fantastic of a physical defense, but it's very well balanced against mystical armor. Mystical attacks.
Yeah, I mean, we could also just wait a week and
turn it in then.
Wait a week in town, pay SH to look at these things and
and see what they are. It might be worth it.
Yeah.
And then we have to report back to our person about what's at the place. Although we didn't find her book, right? She was looking for a special book or something.
You did not find a special book.
Yeah.
Or any really books.
Yeah, but we can at least let her know that it's been overrun and that we're still trying to clear it. So,
and that we're still alive, and there was something dangerous in there right up until recently.
Yeah, and there's still other things that are very dangerous.
Yes, yes, other things that are very dangerous, probably not as dangerous as the thing that left, though.
Which is probably a good thing. We don't want something more dangerous. Yeah, let's hire Sage for the other two items.
I think spending a week in town is reasonable, especially considering all this shopping and haggling and things we're doing is probably taking a few days anyway.
My luck, I'll give away the one item that I could actually use, and then the other one is useless to me, and I'll be like, of course.
If the seed does grow into armor, you could use it. Probably.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm like, oh. So, yeah. So we'll. You said what? 100 per item? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll throw 100 towards identifying these things, just because I am curious what the sphere does.
Okay. You want to throw 100 towards trying to identify your armor?
I'm sure Kothar can take care of it.
Eventually.
It's like he really doesn't want to know.
It's like, can it really get better than 9 physical armor? I don't think it can.
Identifying items and stuff and researching them should come out of the party pool, I think. Everybody should help pay for them.
We divided up the party pool already, which I thought was weird. But yeah, that's fine. So.
I can see, Kothar. I did it. I identified it. That's fine. We're rank 12. We're circle 12.
I can. Let's see if I.
What was the personal total?
272.5.
272. So.
I mean, we could just have everyone reduce that down by 30. We could just have everyone reduce that down by 33 and say that item identification comes out of the party fund.
Okay, cool. Let's do that.
Yeah, 33. Okay.
Minus 33.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about. I'm also not concerned about spending money on the armor because we're going to have that with us. We're not. There's no chance of giving away something.
We're not giving that away, right? So you're like, okay. All right, so take away 33 from everybody, and then we'll do that. Okay, so we'll hire the Sage. Think I'm going to spend enough points to put my awareness and tracking at 2 at least. So at least they're both at 2.
Yep. And also,
do that.
while we're taking that week off, I'm also going to be raising my animal training and doing some animal training because it would be good for all of our animals to be combat trained.
So if I would raise, like, my ultimate goal is I want to get, probably before we get back, is disarm trap up to 3. That's what?
600.
300 extra. 600 total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
So 300 extra over 200. Yeah. So it goes 100, 200, and 300.
Okay.
Then 500.
And then 500.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Fibonacci sequence.
Which I do have the points for that. So what do I have to do with? Go ahead.
There's 4 ranks of sort of things in the game. There's novice, initiate, journeyman, warden. Technically, then there's master, right? But I mean, it's like so the first one costs 100 at the beginning, and then goes up by Fibonacci. The next one costs 1 rank more than the previous one, so it starts at 200, and then the next one starts at 300, and the next one starts at 500. Right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Which I got the legend points for that, so that makes me happy. Which, if I was understanding disarm traps well enough, is I can actually use that on wards and magic-y things too, not just the mundane.
Against magic traps too. Yeah.
Yep. Without the disarm traps skill, you can't find magic traps at all. Technically, you can only find mundane traps. With the disarm traps talent, you then can find magical, and you can disarm all of them if you roll well enough.
And then put that with the awareness, makes things so much nicer.
All right, there we go. Sorry, I had to put my laundry in the dryer. I almost forgot. I was like, oh, wait.
For the boots, how do I make all that work?
All right, I will tell you in a moment.
Sweet.
All right.
Alright, I added Night's Edge, Shadow's Whisper, Bone Circle, Dark Messenger, and Spirit Dart to your grimoire.
Okay.
You can modify and rearrange the order on the Alt tab, but if you go by circle, it shouldn't matter.
I'm down to 200 legend points now.
Alright, so for 100 silver in Throal, the person that you find is going to have a step. A step 7 on their rank for research, so they'll roll total step 13, and they will spend karma for you.
Aw, how nice for them.
So we were doing the seed first.
Rule of 1. He steals it and runs away.
It suddenly grows, and now he's a tree.
Karma is step 6 or 4?
Do what?
4d6. All right.
Okay, 12. All 4s. Interesting. Did they not roll high enough?
They did not roll high enough.
Oh my gosh, now we don't know what the seed is. Darn it. Well, at least we'll know what the sphere is.
They get the sphere. Okay. So the sphere is a journeyman tier item, can have a maximum of 2 threads attached to it. And they got a success and a bonus. So for thread rank 1, the key knowledge, you must learn the name of the item.
Can't believe it.
Sorry, you must learn the name of the bomb.
I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me?
The effect. You may place or throw the bomb onto a surface as a standard action, causing a controlled explosion as soon as no living creatures are within a 1-yard radius. You make a Will +6 test as the damage. Barriers do not reduce this damage, but physical armor does provide protection. Horrors and horror constructs do not count as living creatures and will be affected by this. The throwing range is that of a throwing dagger. For 1 strain, the owner may immediately reform the bomb in their hand. Test to throw the bomb. Use the greater of either throwing weapons or Dex plus thread rank.
It's a bomb.
And for thread rank 2,
it's a bomb.
The damage step now goes up to Will +8.
Mm-hmm.
So granted, it isn't useful against living things, but against
horror.
I don't know, horrors or barricades. Or, just objects. And it costs 1 strain to use that thing? Hot damn.
No, it costs 1 strain to reform it.
Yeah, 1 strain to reform it.
Well, I can see why he quickly identified that, because he wants it out of the building.
Okay, I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable to bet the seed is probably armor. So do you want armor or a hand grenade?
No.
It's good in the sense that it's area effects. That's nice. But I mean, the damage isn't that high. I mean, keep in mind, it starts off.
What's your willpower?
Step. Will is what, 6?
So it would do step 12 damage.
Yeah.
And then step 14. That's you.
So the same as a dagger that's been forged 4 times.
So it's
not bad.
Right.
It's not, but it's nothing to be amazed about.
How many times can I throw this thing? As many times as I
reform it?
For 1 strain, it reforms in your hand.
I'm just thinking in terms of excavation. This thing affects objects, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it would.
So if you just wanted to blow a massive hole in the ground, or I don't know, through a bunch of rubble or a barrier, or I don't know, collapse a building, and you have unlimited hand grenades for 1 strain each.
Did you ever picture yourself being a demolition expert?
No, but I'm really, really tempted with this one. Oh man, this sounds exciting.
Who was the bright idea to give a welding a hand grenade?
Fortunately, it doesn't work on people.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so it only goes off if there's a range. If people are 30 yards, you said, away?
No.
No.
Just not in the 1 yard radius.
Okay, so what the blast radius is only 1 yard?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a small blast radius.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Actually, could you hit multiple creatures with that, or would that just be the 1?
You could hit 2 if there are more, if they're really packed together.
Okay, like I don't know, a charging horde of ghouls or cadavermen.
So the question is, how much stuff do you want to blow up? How many walls?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if it was a bigger blast, I'd be much more excited.
It might be a bigger blast at higher levels, but
yeah. The armor is probably in the long run going to be better for her. It's really tempting, but I think Throal would actually like this thing too, anyways. As oh wait, this is against horrors. This would actually be useful for them if they were, you know what I mean? I think they would like it better than the seed, if anything. So it looks like an impressive haul for them, So I'll give up the sphere. I so want it, but I'll give it up.
Okay. And this went down in Throlic history as the first time a windling had been offered a hand grenade and said no.
Oh, so much fun!
A sign of growth that no one thought was possible.
Yeah. She was real thinking about this one. Really, I can. Honestly, if it was even double the explosive area, she probably would have picked it up. But against a single target, she's like, I can do that kind of damage to a single target. I don't need a hand grenade for that, Now, she has to get close to it, but that's okay. She doesn't mind that.
Okay.
Although, against those stupid metal things. Like she was really seriously thinking, I can throw this at those things, it would work, right? Like she was thinking that. But
right.
but the damage impact probably would not be mitigated pretty much.
So you give that item up.
Yes.
All right. Hold on one moment.
And highly disappointed in our nurse Sage for not identifying
They may actually have some good uses for that.
They could. That's why I was thinking. I was like, they could, I could see them being pretty happy with that as a whole,
Yeah. Especially if they can weave it up really high and get some serious knockdown, like barrier breaking ability.
Mm-hmm. And someone with a really high will would be really useful. I mean, that step damage could increase pretty significantly with a good, decent will.
All right. They give you as a bonus
a shotgun.
No, they give your party a 1,500 silver piece bonus.
Oh, sweet! All right, keep that in the party fund for the moment. Yeah.
Rank 3 would have let you divide the spike bomb into smaller bomblets and throw them as a standard action.
No, that's exactly what you wanted. But
you may create a number of bomblets equal to twice the thread rank, and each bomblet creates a 2-yard radius of difficult terrain. Rank 4, it was will plus 10 damage.
See.
Rank 5, you would have had to learn the meaning of the arcane symbols, and if they had any significance. You can delay the effects of the bomb or bomblets, activating them as a simple action at the time of your choosing. The character can create a second bomb that can be thrown or placed, but only one bomb can be used per standard action. And then rank 6, the damage went up to will plus 12.
Jesus, that's an insane thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's nice.
I still don't see it being that insane. I mean,
not insane,
will plus 12 damage by then is going to be pretty easy to achieve through normal weapons, especially throwing weapons and bows.
However,
this takes strain each use.
Yeah. However, setting off 6 of them remotely.
Yeah. Again, it's good for destroying objects.
Yeah.
I guess maybe airships.
It would have been a lot of fun. Like there would have actually been uses for this.
The difficult terrain too. It helps when you're out and about too. But
But that's okay. That's okay. Well, I'm hoping that seed is a good one.
But yeah, I mean, for you, step 18.
It sounds like a fun item. Yeah.
It's
I'm just saying it's not damage. Like overpowered.
Right.
Yeah. It's a very it could have also a lot of fun uses. It's like one of those items, But that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with giving that up. We got 1,500 silver out of it, and I'm sure this seed is going to be really cool once I figure out what it does.
Working on it.
It's okay, Kothar. I have faith in you.
I mean, not even the sages of Bartertown can manage this.
Yes. So you know what? The sage didn't pull it off, so I'm not upset by you. But maybe boost that up to 4 and see if that helps, right? That'll be your see if that. Gotta boost that rank up a little bit, right?
Okay. Oh yeah, and are there any blood charms we want?
Yeah, now we have 1,500 extra silver to do stuff with too, so that's really handy. Man, I don't even know what else we want. What we could get for that.
Blood charms are nice, and then there's healing supplies.
Which we've already got a pretty solid stockpile of right now.
We could get. What about the booster things? The ones that do the because didn't we've
got 6 of those.
We still got 6. Okay.
Mm-hmm. We could buy another 10 if you want, but
Okay, I would recommend a horror fend charm for Kinsey and one other.
What kind of charm?
A horror fend.
What does that do?
Look it up.
Right, yeah, you can use you can activate it to spend 1 strain per round to get +3 to physical and mystic defense against horrors and horror constructs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's handy.
Yes.
It's like a preemptive avoid blow.
Yep.
Yeah. How much is that?
You got to pay a point of strain to keep each round to each maintain it, but it makes you a lot harder to hit by horrors and horror constructs.
And we've seen how hard they hit, so the point of strain is definitely worth that.
Yeah, they are useful.
How much is that?
Expensive though, 500.
Ooh,
they're pricey. But like I said, the two people who get in the front lines the most, I think, should probably have those. It's just a suggestion, but I think it's useful.
Yeah, those are expensive. 500 though.
But we just got 1,500, and I did just give up that lovely sphere. So yeah, I think I will take that.
All right, I'll knock 500.
Other things you might want.
What was that? What was that one called again?
Horror Fend Charm.
It was a +3 to defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and also everyone take a light quartz.
Oh, good.
A what?
Thank God.
No more light quartz.
You can put it on a stick if you want. But they're just basically a crystal that glows.
Oh, okay. Like so no torches. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Light quartz.
They have an enchantment that lasts a year and a day. So
sweet.
And if you're vain, you can buy an Everclean cloak. A one-size hat.
We've got one bedroll of comfort right now.
Yep. You also have a hot pot.
Yep, a hot pot and a pure water pot.
Oh wait, I know what we. No, we didn't. We didn't need to roll that. Never mind. Okay. No, those like personal effects to see if we could maybe figure out names of things, but we don't have to worry about it now. So the personal effects will be more useful if we find survivors in a sense, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Also, if you're like gonna write up a journal entry and submit it to the Great Library, you want to include things like that.
Oh, do we? Oh, okay, cool.
You know what? You don't want to include the actual items, but like descriptions of them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. While we're here, we'll start our official journal entries on this, and just have a little area, a little journal that we've started writing our adventures in about this Karn. I think that would be good, so we don't forget anything. You know.
Yes, I need to actually write some journal entries. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. If you write up a journal and turn it in, every time you do so, they give you an amount of silver equal to 10% of the difference between your current average legend point and the new, or your previous average legend point.
Fancy.
By the way, the most valuable thing we found so far is probably, other than the magic items, is the box.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that might be more valuable than some of these magic items. I think it's worth 5.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait, what was the box? What I missed?
The orichalcum container that had like the kernels of air and fire.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, that thing is worth 5 grand.
Yeah.
But they're also very useful items.
Well, the kernels are useful.
Yeah.
Yes, the kernels are useful, and you need the box if you ever want to use the kernels. So.
Yeah. certain kernels you might be able to store without the box short term. But like fire kernels will set things on fire, so you definitely want those inside.
Yeah, I think like earth kernels are mostly fine.
Yeah.
I think it's basically like the harder they are to store, the more valuable they are. So the really valuable ones are air and fire. Those are the ones that you need the box for.
Yeah. This one had air. Like, this is where the air kernels were, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any
Still
left?
on? Yeah, we got 3 left.
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Sweet. Okay.
Kernels are not in and of themselves that expensive if you want to buy a few more.
Yeah, we needed them for what? The elevator?
The elevator needed an air kernel. It lasted for an hour.
Okay. How much are the air kernels?
Oh, I guess, yeah, we would have had to use another one on the way out. I think they're 100 each.
Yeah, we might need to get a couple more. We have the gold for it now, right?
Yeah, let's go ahead and I'll get 2 more. Yeah, I'll get up to 4 air kernels. We'll just hang on to that fire kernel for now. Let's see. I think that might be all of our shopping. Our massive, terrifying quantity of shopping.
At least until the missing people need stuff too.
We'll deal with that later.
They got 240 silver. They can deal with that. I already paid for all their food. We already identified all their items. What more do they want? Oh, probably spells. Yeah, probably spells.
Oh, yeah. Keep that money for the extra spells, just in case.
So, earth and water kernel, or water coins, are 100 each. So the kernels are roughly 10 each. And then fire and air are 100 each for the kernels, roughly.
Yep, bought 2 of those, which, maybe we should be careful about using that elevator. Thing's damn expensive to run.
Yeah,
but
we don't even know. Yeah, we don't even know how long it lasts. Actually,
no, we found out it would last for an hour.
Oh, it did.
Okay. For the first time, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we did a pretty good mapping out of all the floor, or of so we don't know where exactly to go next time, depending on what we want to do. So there won't be a lot of wasted time like there was this time. So that'll help.
Assuming nobody else got in there.
Yeah, of course that.
Which we didn't take the time to cover our tracks, did we? That could be a problem. Well,
not terribly.
On the other hand, I think we grabbed all the easy stuff. So unless they want to go get their heads bashed in by a false man, then
yeah, exactly. So I mean, if they're that powerful that they can handle that, then well, more power to them.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we did take the other guy's fancy sword, so. But that was just that wasn't the guy, right? That was the guy who told him to beat us up. But
that was somebody that was following you.
Right.
He said they were informed when you left that you were an easy target.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this is the sword that has the tracking thing too, right? He could track us with on the sword or something.
Well.
Generally, he can't himself probably, but he could find somebody too.
Yes. There's a talent that lets you find things. If you have a person that's closely associated with them, or vice versa. And if he's woven a thread to the sword, then he can definitely. He definitely counts for that.
So
be used to track it.
If can we overtake his thread or anything like that, or no?
Not forcibly.
Gotcha.
He can unweave it, but we can't.
It can be displaced if somebody else weaves a thread to the sword, but it's wasted legend points at that point.
I mean, 200 legend points or something for just to And Mystic Pursuit has a pretty limited range, as I recall, so it would have to be.
Okay. I mean, were we going to do anything with this sword?
Arca's got it right now.
Yeah, he's using it.
Okay. I wonder if it will actually. I mean, weaving a thread, does it do anything?
It would let you get the bonuses from using the sword.
Okay. But he's
so there's the only reason to do it. No. The thing is, you can have thread items normally have like a limit of 2 threads woven from at any one time. So right now it's Arca and that dwarf who have threads woven to the sword. If someone else were to weave a thread to that sword, it could displace the dwarf's thread. But that would cost whoever did that legend points, and the only benefit to that would be if they decided to use the sword instead of Arca for a while, and they would also get bonuses.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Most things have 2 generally, so that very few items can be shared among a party, one person using it at a time or whatever. But also as kind of if somebody steals your item and weaves a thread to it, you still have a chance to track it down.
Fair enough.
For me to like use the boot, like what do I need to do?
All right,
to use
so your boots. All right, you know the name of the boots, so you can get the first rank. These are journeyman tier items, so it'll cost you 200 legend points. Generally, you have to make a thread weaving test. You have to have a thread weaving of at least a rank 1 to weave rank 1 to an item.
Which I have all of that.
Okay, so spend 200 legend points, and is there a tab on the sheet for that?
I think you just put it under the record thing, right? Or is there a way to do it with an item or something?
Oh yeah, you can spend legend points and then type in the reason. So on the records tab, you would do legend point on the drop down, amount 200, change the gain to spend, and then in the item thing, type in boots.
Under weapon, there's also an area. It says, is it like karma or something, where like you can spend karma on it? Is that what that is, or is that something different? I don't know. I don't have a weapon, so I don't know what the options are. But
yes, there is a spot on the equipment tab, thread items and woven threads also to add it.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't know if that was going to automatically do it. That's why I was like, before you double up. I don't think
it automatically does it though.
Yeah, it might be better to put it in there first and then see if it does it, and if it doesn't, then subtract it.
It will, because I just put in like that name's item's name, and I turned it to rank 1, and then it gave me the prompt to spend the legend points to thread.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice, sweet. There you go.
I'm going back and undoing what I just did.
And so, okay, so and then you have the wand for the other. Okay, I see.
And there it goes. It's just spent.
And Maximo will eventually thread to his armor once he finds out more about it, right? Maybe.
and have more legend points.
And then the other half is I need to just change the adjustments to the movement because it gives me +2.
Yes, +2 to your movement.
So yeah, so I still have 200 points left. So if you do figure out what the seed is, I have enough to
Are you going to go and talk to your troubadour?
Yeah, I said we were.
Okay. Yeah, we should do
that. Inform her that we did find the place, but sadly it was overrun.
Yep, and something dangerous wasn't there until a few weeks ago, at which point it left. And the
remnants. There are
you
still
found
some.
The city. There's no survivors.
We do not know yet.
We haven't found a city yet. We're still in the early levels of defenses, and we needed more supplies, digging equipment, a few other things. And there's some dangerous things there we needed to be more prepared to take down. We're hopeful we can make more progress into there soon.
We don't know if there's
what we're in right now is the outer defenses.
Right.
But you say there's supposed to be a city down there?
Yes.
Yes, we haven't. There's a couple of areas that were blocked off, and there were some areas with some very
horror constructs.
Yeah, so we would have to. We are working our way to dealing with them.
I see.
But there may be survivors further down. We just have not been able to explore the whole thing yet.
You are going back, though, right?
Yes.
Yes.
We came back to more supplies, get some digging stuff so that we could get through some of the barriers and blocks.
I see you also came back with new items.
There were a few things that were that could be helpful on the way back as well. So
it looked like there were some adepts that died there. Not sure if they were from the kaer or from the outside, but they had fought a horror in there and been killed, or in one case starved to death, locked in a room. Rather grisly fate. And
there were quite a few dead.
Yes.
So we do not know if it's in a whole city. There is still potential for survivors on the lower levels, I imagine. But given the state of the place, there's no way for them to get out at the moment. So, plus, if they still believe the thing that was there, that was definitely way more powerful than if they still believe it there, then they would have no interest in trying to come back up. So the remnants of such a creature, yes, we saw the remnants, and it's nothing to be trifled with. But it seems to have left the cairn alone at this point. Left it. So
you may learn more once you get into the city as far as that goes.
What do you know about the city that's supposed to be down there?
It was a research kaer. When Parlanth was sent away, a few of their research documents were also hidden in Basita as a backup. Of course, with the ritual that erased Parlanth from everybody's memories of that was erased too. And oddly enough, they did not come back naturally when Parlanth was rediscovered, but I've found hints places. Unfortunately, I don't know what kind of research was there, and that may be the valuable part.
We did find we found a journal, right?
Did we?
You found a few pages on the upper level guard journal.
Yeah, so we found this, so I'll show her what we found. That kind of talks about something from below, right? I believe that's what it mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it sounds like whatever they found might have been there with them the whole time, or at least dug up from below, which is why we don't know what the condition of the city would be.
Well, if there's anything I can do to assist before you leave, let me know.
I do have this seed we haven't been able to identify yet.
She holds out her hand.
Yeah, sure.
And then eats it.
Very tasty.
So rare.
Then she starts tripping balls.
Come to find out, that's exactly how you activate the magic. You have to eat it.
Yes. Well, if you leave this with me, I can look into it.
Let's see. How much longer are we planning? At what point in this would we be? Because we probably would have reported somewhat. Like, I guess it would be after the sage, but
Yeah.
They've already been back a week at this point.
yeah. Do we stay longer?
Yeah. On the other hand, the chances for Kothar needs to wait, like 2 weeks before he can even start trying to identify the thing again?
Right.
Yes.
I think it's about the time it'd take us about halfway to get back as I could try again. Or when we arrive back.
I mean, it'll only take her a few days, right?
It'll take her a week also.
A week?
Yeah, that's
a week,
general time.
We'll wait 1 more week and give her that, and then we'll leave after that week.
Okay.
And actually, oh yeah, right. We were here for a week just doing circle training.
Yeah,
and I guess that'd be the time we can do. That'd be the time we're doing the research. So we're staying for 1 week after.
Right.
For 2 weeks total.
Right.
All right. She gets back to you after a week. Very interesting.
Oh, really?
Yes, it will become fernweave armor once you weave a thread to it.
Okay, that sounds exciting. It's kind of what we thought it might be, but it was hard to tell. Anything else?
There, she tells you.
Oh, ooh, there we go. +1 to stealthy stride?
Yes.
At rank 4 thread, yeah.
Okay.
So
as a warden tier, the first thread is going to cost you 300 to weave.
Ah, I'm 100 short. Okay.
Well, and we need to know the name, right?
And then you need to know the name.
Oh, we do.
However, she knows the name.
Oh, sweet.
I've heard of this before. Not many of them go through. This one in particular is named Poison Ivy.
Poison Ivy. Ooh, sounds cool.
And I take it the tier of it's what made it so difficult to be examined?
Yes.
Oh, because it's a warden tier.
Yep.
There are those who need like a 16 or something to get anything out of them.
This was 14.
14?
The low end of warden, but still higher than
But still a warden. Yep.
Yeah, the Sage could have got it. She just didn't roll all 4s on her rolls. It's like, really? All right. So, poison ivy, huh?
Yes, and unlike traditional fern weave, once you weave the thread to this, it will feed itself. You don't need to water it.
Feed it.
Or it's just drinking your blood through the thread glue to it. Who knows?
Feed itself how?
Through the magic of the thread.
Oh, interesting.
Though to be fair, like this is a world where there's blood pebble armor, which literally feeds on your blood. So
yes. That's that. So this is okay.
Hey, this is the thing I use to protect from horrors. It's burrowed into my skin and will remain there.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm gonna put it here so I don't forget.
Oh, there's a maximum of 8 threads on that. And there are deeds required later on.
Deeds are fun. Well, they can be.
Yeah, depending on the deed.
Yeah.
Like the War Helm of Landis, where you have to lead men into victory in battle.
I don't qualify that as fun. But like I ran the game I ran, there was a club that when you found the club, one of the deeds was you had to find an ogre and then tell it all about the club, and the ogre has to agree that it's a good club. But it doesn't tell you how you get the ogre to say that it's a good club. Like, I mean, you could beat him up with it or something. Tell me this is a good club, damn you. And then later on, you had to go find, because it was made from the branch of a certain tree, you actually had to go and like talk to a tree spirit and tell it about the club and get it to tell you that it's a good club.
Okay.
So you can have a lot of fun with deeds.
Okay, so at rank at the rank 1, right, that it would start at, I would get physical armor, mystic armor at 3. Is that what this means? Oh no,
yes.
3
each.
Okay, 3 each. Okay.
Yeah. You can also forge it, by the way.
Yeah.
Once, yeah.
So once.
Well, no. I mean, I was saying like once we get to like journeyman level and Kother gets that, or you think about it. Yeah.
Oh, because I mean, it forges like normal armor, right? So it could get.
Yeah, but we can't really afford armor forging. Right
okay, now. And then at 3, wait, I'm a little confused because you put 2 there. So I don't know what that meant.
I think that's a weird copy paste thing. At rank 2, the
mystic armor 4. Oh, 4. I see. Okay.
Yeah. At rank 2, the mystic armor goes to 4. At rank 3, and you learn the creator's name, the physical armor goes to 4.
Okay. And at rank 4, it gets the +1 to stealthy strike. Okay, yep. Now I gotcha. Okay, and I would need my thread weaving up to that rank, right? Is that what that means too? Okay. So right now it's only a 1. So if later I need I can't get it to the 2 until I get that to 2. Okay, fair enough. All right, and I sadly still need 100 points to do that. So I do not have 100 legend points to do that. So.
Yeah, but you could take it with you.
Yes, I will be taking this with me. Thank you very much.
If you know the name, like it's a little bit of experience. There you go.
So yep. At the end of next game, I should be able to be doing that. I'll be like very happy. What? Darn! Should have saved 300.
Well, somehow through all these shenanigans, managed to put me down at 0. I am now legend point broke.
Well, you don't score anything if you die with unspent legend points.
I've got 100, so yeah, I think I'll just save it for now. Get some higher level talents.
But that's awesome. No, I mean that's still better armor than what I have because I only have hide right now. So.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of like about even with hide. 6 total points of armor.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. It lowers my physical armor, doesn't it? Now I just thought about it. Yeah. Okay.
That's why you want to get forged.
Okay.
Yup.
The forge would boost the physical?
The forge you get to choose, right? So if you find somebody that can forge it by 4 steps, you can choose to put 4 into one or the other, or split it 3 in 1 or 2 in 2.
Ah, okay.
And if you're going to invest forging in armor, it's a good idea to make sure it's thread armor. One time I had a suit of hide armor that was forged. I spent like 700 silver forging it up by like +5 steps. It was ridiculously tough armor that only took up 1 point of initiative, and then I got hit by a razor warp the next session, which just reduces the armor rating of whatever you're wearing, and if it lowers it below 0 and it's not a thread item, it's just destroyed. And so that poor armor.
Yes, thread items in general are very difficult to destroy.
Yeah.
If you get to something that will naturally damage armor or weapons, it will slowly get back to its normal step.
Okay.
So something like my blood pebble is, since it's not a threat item, can get.
Yes.
Yeah. There aren't a ton of things that destroy armor rating, but when you encounter them, it's very sad. All right.
Anybody else have questions?
Only other thing I'm planning on doing during this week off that we're taking is training up the animals, as in Zinda and the 5 Hatawas we have now. I can go ahead and make the rolls for that, just like 1 a day and everything. But I'm just gonna be. I just want them to be combat trained, so they don't panic if there's a fight, and possibly add some tricks there. Not sure what I'm gonna do with that right now. I'll figure it out some other time. But I can go ahead and roll those now if you want me to. Just like 7 animal training checks.
You can roll those whenever. They'll stay on the table. So with that, if there's nothing else, I'm going to end the stream. Once I find it. Good night, everybody. The next game might be a while due to work. Potentially the next one is... what are we looking at? The 7th of November?
Is it? Oh, wow.
Yeah. I work next week. I don't know about the 17th, but people are out of town on the 24th, which is a normal day. Halloween I can't do anyway, so the 7th.
It's my brother's birthday, but I think that should be okay. So
he'll probably
be working.
I will attempt not to get sick again like I did last year.
Yeah, definitely. Don't go for Corona.
Yeah, that was last year. I don't want to do that again.
All right. Good night, everybody.